How you doing? Huh? How you doing out there? In the Twitch verse. Hey, get a look at this guy. Look at this fucking nerd. How we doing tonight, folks? How are things? I hope things are good. I hope things are going well. I hope y'all are having a fantastic Sports Ball Sunday. That's today, right? That's like a thing that happens? I'm pretty sure it is. Somebody told me it is. I don't think I cared enough to check, but enough people have said that it is that I'm going to go ahead and assume that in fact it is. How are you doing, Roland? Getting in there first. There is to square. I have an important question for you. And I hope that you're paying attention, because it's a biggie. And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but this is a question that needs to be asked. Did you bring enough chicken wings for the whole class? Did ya? Did ya, Square? Somehow I don't think that you did. That would be my assumption, and if ever my eyes were alight with disappointment, that would be now. I want some chicken wings, man. Send me some fucking air-fried chicken wings. That sounds delicious. That sounds delicious. Roland eating the first full meal since Wednesday. Jesus Christ, you should eat more often, Roland. How you doing, Sumitha? Good to see you. Gonna go get some food going. Lore friendly. Coming in real hot. Hot to trot with that 5-month streak of subs. Can't stay for too long. Popping in to say hi. Most of my basement floor replaced. Hopefully the rest will be in next week and get back to posting painting. Well, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you so much for the subscription, Lore Friendly. It is always a pleasure to see you in chat, man. I'm glad to hear that your shit's coming together. It can be frustrating not being able to engage in our favorite hobbies, and I look forward to seeing what you get up to once the floodgates are thrown back open. The floodgates of creativity. It's not a good metaphor. Like, at all. Honestly. Colonel Matthew Steiner. 12 months. Jesus. 12 months. I'm never gonna stop being shocked by that. Like, we've only been going for a little bit over 12 months. So on some level, it's natural that we'd be hitting 12-month subs, but the sheer number of them, and I'm sitting here 12 months later going, that many people subscribed a year ago? What was I doing a year ago? Who was I even painting a year ago? I couldn't have... Oh, you guys. The support that you have shown this stream is absolutely fucking phenomenal. I hope that I continue to bring you the entertainment and belonging and whatever else it is that you get out of watching me sit here and dork out for a few hours. I hope that I bring that to you every single time. Or at least most times. I've got my off nights. You know, tonight might be one of them. I don't know. We're gonna wait and see. Sometimes I like to throw in an off night just to keep you guessing. You know? Feeling pretty sour with a janky stomach. I'm sorry to hear that, Roland. Got a 4-pound bag. Most of them are frozen. Well, bust out that air fryer. Bust out that air fryer, baby. Let's make them not frozen. Let's make them fried, and let's make them in front of Thunderhead. Like right now. Because that sounds amazing. How are you liking the air fryer, by the way? We've been talking about getting an air fryer. I haven't had anything done in an air fryer. Well, it's not that I don't know anybody with an air fryer. I know plenty of people who are like, it's amazing and you should get one. But like, due to the nature of 2020 being 2020, it's not like I've been over to people's houses to try one. Metalcore Collectibles, you're gonna want to be here this upcoming weekend, because I have 6 of these here blockhead miniatures, these Wolverines, and I am endeavoring to get them all painted over the course of the weekend. I'm going to be doing Iron Man and Building Sanguinius tonight. I'm going to be doing Baron Zemo on Tuesday, along with Wandering XP, but I have slated this upcoming weekend, because you know what? I had the same thought as you. I'm like, I gotta paint some fucking mechs. I'm looking around at my shelves, and I'm like, I got a lot of painted mechs, but I got a lot of stuff I've painted since then, and I've been making these sculpts, and the least I could do is put some paint down on them. It doesn't even have to be all that good. Plus, I need to do these Rakshasas from Ion Raptor. There's so much to do. These days, I have to go ahead and slate some time for the specific categories, the the specific game systems, but we are going to do some BattleTech this upcoming weekend. And I realize my mistake in saying, we're going to do BattleTech in the past has always been, I'm going to be like, we're going to do, a Redemption mech. And oh man, by the time I got to that Atlas, I burnt out on my inspiration for doing the like sky-colored schemes. So we're going to knock out some real basic schemes, like the red on the blockheads, or maybe the desert-colored blockheads. I need to finish painting my Dougram Shadowhawk. And I think that just doing some straightforward, non-complex, non-lightning bolt schemes might shake some of the cobwebs off. Because I need to expand my first free Worlds Guard. Some of these blockheads are going to go into my first free Worlds Guard because they are the model that Merrick used quite a lot of. How are you doing today, Altered Man Art? What's up? Finally dealing with my misbehaving printer LCD replacement. I had to replace the LCD on my Mars recently because I let resin like drool down underneath the FEP, and then it cured between the film and the screen. So when I removed it, it just come and pulled the whole screen off. It's like, shit. Thankfully, it's not a terribly difficult replacement, as I learned. But glad to hear you're getting some maintenance done in either case, Metalcore. Yeah, a year ago I used to paint BattleTech. I think that you are a super nice person. I've come around here and you're online and it's super nice content always. There's a very edgy part of me that wants to be like, I'm not a nice man. I'm a bad man. I'm the sort of man that your mother warned you about. It's not true though. I might be an edgy bitch. I am an edgy bitch. Let's just say it. I am an edgy bitch. At the end of the day, though, I don't have the energy to be mean. I don't have it in me. I've tried to do it in my life, and the times that I've done it, like, you have those moments, I'm sure you guys have some of those moments, where it's like, something you did like 10, 15 years ago, that you weren't even necessarily trying to be a dick. You were just being very selfish. You were just young, and you were very focused on who you were at the moment, and you didn't consider the way your actions impacted those around you. And you did something, or you said something, and it's not until years later you're like, oh, that was mean. I didn't think about what they were saying. I didn't think about their position, and I said something, and it was mean. Those moments fucking keep me up at night. Today, I'll be lying there going to sleep like, oh, I had a good day, it's time to get some sleep. And my brain's like, remember that one time that girl like really obviously liked you and you basically like laughed in her face because you weren't thinking about that at all, and looking back on it, she was actually really cool and cute and you're kind of a fucking asshole. And I'm like, I do remember that. Thanks, brain. Let's contemplate this for the next hour and a half. Let's dwell on this thing that there's no way I can change at this point. Shit. So yeah, I don't have what it takes. I do not have what it takes to be a mean person. I just don't. Altered Man Art. You can be mean, but not here. I can't even be mean elsewhere. Like I can physically do it, but it torments me. I just want everyone to be relaxed and happy. Is that so much to ask? Like in the grand scheme of things? I mean, apparently it is. Historically speaking, it does seem to be quite the ask. But, we can dream. We can dream and we can paint models as we dream of this wild, crazy universe where everybody is happy, or at least, actions have consequences and justice is occasionally visited on the overtly bad guys, like the ones who have skulls for faces and steal cosmic cubes, You know what I mean? I don't know what the hell I'm saying anymore. Manor Fasal, how you doing today? Air fryer is solid, good for me. Since I'm one person, the bigger toaster oven sized ones are good. Yeah, I've heard really good things about air fryers, but again, I haven't used one. I think we're probably going to go ahead and grab one, just because it's like, that many people can't be wrong. Again, normally I would go over to somebody's house and have dinner and try out their air fryer, but 2020 more or less made that impossible. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Hamburg. Edgy, friendly bitch. Should put that on the t-shirt. Thunderhead Studio, an edgy, friendly bitch. Yeah, I mean, it's accurate. Started to stream earlier this week for the first time as a miniature painter. Really altered man art. You know what? Hang on. Hang on a second. You click on over to your profile really quick. There he is. Painting minis, looking like you were working on some minotaurs, some beast men. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you a follow and stop in next time you're going. There you go. Let's get it up there. I'm always down to have a new mini painter in the roster. Got a 1 pound meatloaf the other night. Tiny oven that doesn't need preheat. That does sound fairly interesting. Mine tends to dwell on the stupidity and arrogance of my past all the time. Tends to make me want to punch the guy in the mirror more often than I care to admit. Well, I'm going to tell you something soon with that. I'm going to tell you something right now. That person that you're thinking of, the one that you want to punch, he's not the guy in the mirror. He's not the guy in the mirror. That guy that you want to punch, and believe me, I know the feeling, he's effectively dead. That person is gone. You'll never get the chance to meet him. You'll never get the chance to punch him. He's gone. Poof. Like that. You might have similarities with him still, but he's not there anymore. Having a little Stella Hamburg. It's usually when I go into Costco, I'm able to get the big, like, 24 packs of Stella Artois. Hell yeah, Altered Man Art. Absolutely. Thinking of getting the air fryer for the is that a thing, Manro Fasol? Because we have an Instant Pot. And love it. Instant Pots are amazing. Instant Pots are such good shit. Such good shit. Roland painted. Damn right, man. I'm glad to hear that. Sure as hell seems to continue to make his presence felt, the prick. Yeah, you know, we do that to ourselves. We do that to ourselves, Sumitha. How you doing, Datron Voltari? It's good to see you. Instant Pot is love. Instant Pot is life. You got a point, Firestarter. You got a point. So we're going to try to get some work done today. We are going to try to actually get some work done today. I have a number of tasks to get to, including Iron Man, and I shouldn't talk during my transition. You're not going to hear it. That's a stupid thing for me to do. I guess I gotta learn how that works. I have a Forge World Sanguinius that I need to build. So I'm going to start working on this guy. And probably get a couple of parts glued in, a couple of parts cleaned up, and then set him aside, and then we're going to transition to working on old Iron Man here, who he's in a bit of an awkward state of his highlighting. He needs several more highlighting passes and some detailing passes. The gray needs to be done almost entirely. I'm pretty pleased with how his highlighting is coming along. But it needs to be a bit more stark. Because his name, it's Tony Stark. Oh, God. Oh, can I subscribe to myself? That was a great joke. Where's the button? I don't think it's gonna let me. Oh, get off the stage. Bad news for you, Roland. I own this particular stage. Well, no, that's not true. I guess Amazon does. In this metaphor, what part is it that I own? Because I guess the stage is Twitch. Well, you know, complain to the manager. Go tell Bezos. Here are some bits to never see that again. Slipping me a single to shut my damn mouth. I can appreciate that. I can respect that, Hamburg. I really, really can. Wombat Combat Prime, how are we doing today? I don't know.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
And more and more. Woo! Do my own shout-outs sometimes. I think for the moment I am modless on account of the great sportsening that is occurring. So yeah, okay, Roland, we are planning on doing session 2 of our Cyberpunk Red job on Thursday. I think that's gonna work. I think that's gonna work as of right now. y'all have forced me to reconsider some of what I was doing, and honestly, I'm glad for the break. I don't know how many of you joined us for Cyberpunk Red this past Thursday. It is up on the VOD, and I'm going to be getting the first session posted to YouTube tonight or tomorrow. I'll have it up on YouTube. And it was interesting. It was interesting. I would caution you when you're watching it, like, we got a lot of stuff wrong. I noticed particularly going back and looking at it. But this is the joy to me of tabletop role-playing. Like, we got some of the rules wrong. Some people fudged a couple of rolls because they weren't sure which numbers were supposed to do what. But it's like, it doesn't matter. Everybody had fun. We kept the game rolling. I had a blast. The players all seem to have had a good time. So I'm like, you know, we'll fix that. Hooty Hoo won't get another roll of 30, which is mechanically impossible in the future, because I didn't notice it at the time. I was so focused on reading, I'm like, that should have been a red flag. Like, you can't roll 30. Like, there's no way that your stats in a die roll combine to be 30. But whatever. Whatever. Who gives a shit? It makes for a good story, doesn't it? But it was a good session. It was a good session. It also gave me a much better... It's hard to write for an RPG in a vacuum. It's very, very difficult when you haven't played a game as a DM to go, this seems like an appropriate threat level for the players. Because it's like, I don't really know what the die rolls are gonna play out as. I'm not really sure how the players are gonna respond to things. So I got a lot of good information from that session I can use to adjust the rest of the job. And I would caution people, just as viewers, not that you are much in danger of this, don't fall too in love with these characters we're working with, because this is very much our introductory adventure. And as we continue doing this, and at this point I feel very confident we are going to continue doing some tabletop role-playing here on the channel, we'll be phasing to other characters, other players, other adventures, other locales, all kinds of shit. All kinds of shit. It gave me some good ideas. It gave me some really good ideas. Like, just steal you some content, man. Yeah, that's one of the big ideas I got, was I should just steal ideas from other people. But really, I was thinking, like, wouldn't it be cool, like, okay, because Hooty Hoo did this fun thing. He's got a grapple arm, right? He's got a cybernetic arm with a hand that shoots off, and it's got, like, a reel that he can pull it back in. And he did this ridiculous fucking move where he was grappled onto somebody and anchored, and he pulled himself towards them, and then using the momentum swung a baseball bat at the end of it. And it didn't work out great, but it gave me this idea. How much fun would it be to have a player party composed of, like, think like rollerball stars, you know, like the violent roller skating sport of the future. So characters who've got, like, rollerblades that pop out of their feet, and then one of them could have, like, a grapple arm to latch onto stuff and pull themselves around, you know? And, yeah, I also did Roland. I also read it, and I was like, oh, that shouldn't actually have been possible. But that falls under the I don't really care line of things. Like, we're learning, we're getting better. Was Keanu Reeves in Rollerball? The new one? There have been 2 Rollerball movies. There was one that was back in, like, the 70s? I want to say. And then there was a Rollerball that they did. I didn't think he was. It was in, like, the 2000s, and it was stupid. But I like the premise of Rollerball, and I think maybe we could work that in a little bit into a group of characters who are like a sports team who get caught up with the wrong people after making a bad bet. And they've got to rollerblade their way to freedom in the mean streets of Night City. Like, that could be fun. And then I got thinking about, like, ooh, what if we did like an adventure that was loosely based on Pump Up the Volume? Where the players are, like, running a pirate radio station, right? Have some that are, like, medias, have a character who's a tech, have at least one character who's a net runner. Have somebody who's a rocker boy, but their rocker boy personality is, like, you know, like daytime broadcasting radio host. So you got characters who go out there and they get the scoop, you know, on the evil corporations, and then they bring it back. And the netrunner and the tech, they cut the information together and they create the program. And then the rocker boy hits the air. He's like, let me tell you about this crazy shit that Arasaka's been getting up to. Yeah, like, that would be perfect. That would be a perfect role for Chaotic, honestly. Like, I love this premise, and if I could convince Chaotic Harmony to roleplay as a rocker boy who's like a radio shock jock. These are just ideas. These are just zany ideas. But the fact is that session got the wheels turning, got the hamster running. And yeah, you make a good point, Roland, about that. That was not a possible move. You can't do grapples with an arm like that. But see, this highlights to me the joy of tabletop role-playing. Because if you were playing this in a computer game, you were playing Cyberpunk the computer game, it'd be like, well, you can't grapple with the grapple arm. You can't grab people with the grapple arm. It's just not something that can happen. But if you say to me, the DM, I'd like to grab someone with my grapple arm, it doesn't fucking matter that it says in the books, you can't do this. I just go, you just did it. Give me this roll and that roll, because this kind of makes sense to me. Just give me the roll, and if you pass it, I'm like, it happened. And now it's happening in the game, and it really doesn't fucking matter what it says in the books. This, to me, is the joy of tabletop role-playing, is that we can tell this story together. You can feed me your ideas of what you'd like to do. I can kind of weigh it like, is that plausible? Is that possible? Well, it should be really difficult. Let's make it a hard roll, and then say, well, fuck it, you did it. There you go. Exactly, Sumitha, exactly. Like News Radio, the TV show, but Cyberpunk RPG, you getting it, Colonel Matthew Steiner. WKRP in Night City. UHF meets Max Headroom. Ooh, I like where y'all's heads is at. I really, really do. Let me get out my clippers so I can actually start working on this stupid model a little bit. What do you say? I haven't built a Forge World resin kit in a long time. So here's our base. I guess that's where we should start. But you know, I don't want to be like, hey, chat, you determine what's going to happen in the next RPG session. But if we're ever doing something and it gives you guys an idea, just something you think is cool, just throw it at me. I don't promise I'm going to use it, but I really love the creative energy that we had going on Thursday, and I'd like to keep that going. It is, yes, it has been completely washed with soap and let dry for God run. I have dealt with their mold release agents enough times. But I do appreciate the reminder, because it has been a while and I could have easily forgotten. You know what? I'm going to put on one of my gloves here. Oh, ah. Sorry about that. Little accident. I'm gonna put on one of my gloves here because these are like, I buy these super thick gloves at Costco. They're actually cut resistant, so they're actually pretty good for using during model assembly. I have jammed X-Acto blades into my finger, and while it won't like stop a good pressure from a blade, it will turn what would have been a deep gushing gouge into like a surface scratch. And that,
warning.
That's nice.
Fingertips covered in super glue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
They're not. They really just aren't. Yeah, they're the, what are they called? Venom Steel is what they're called. I like them. Potion Cellar. This is what we're going to be building right now. This is a Forge World Sanguinius, and then I'm going to be moving on a little bit to work on painting my Marvel Crisis Protocol Iron Man. I was distracted and I heard moaning. Well, if that's what brings you around. So he does have a floor. No! There's no, the floor is lava, Firestarter. Come on. Do you use PLA in your Ender 3 or that other material, ABS? So there are a number of materials you can use in NetJam Jr. I use PLA almost exclusively. I've got some ABS, but most of the other materials you have to start worrying about fumes that they put off when they're heated and stuff like that. And my plan right now is to convert one of the rooms in my exterior workshop into an insulated printing room so that I can do stuff like that over the summer. Excuse me, in the fall. But as of right now, I print almost exclusively in PLA. God, I hate Forge World models. Deal with these wings in a minute. I was gonna say certainly the prettiest Primarch, but then I remembered that, oh god, he turned into a snake. Why can't I remember his name? He was the Primarch of, like, my favorite chapter, The Emperor's Children, and I feel like a goon. Because I just forgot his name. Somebody help me out, you know it. Fulgrim, thank you. Fulgrim exists, and thus is the prettiest Primarch. Even as, like, a snake dude with boobs. I know the book didn't strictly say that he had breasts, but come on. Come on. You're telling me Fulgrim turned into like a 4 to 6 armed snake guy and he didn't have like 4 to 6 boobs to go along with that? Like, come on. They just didn't mention it. I know the truth though, Black Library. Now, if I can remove all these supports, and I guess most of these, because this is resin casting, they're not actually supports. I'm used to thinking of them as supports, but they're like resin vents, and they've got other phrases for them. If I can remove them without significantly damaging the model, I'll be having a pretty good day. Mortarion. No, he's not the prettiest. What are you talking about? What are you trying to do to me, Wombat Combat? It never came up, okay? The book just didn't mention what was going on with his chest. It was like, look, he turned into a snake, he had a bunch of arms, just, he was in the shadows, okay? Stop asking questions. Stop asking questions that the authors don't want to answer. If I have a fine-tooth razor saw, I do, but I don't want to use it right now. I'm going to use my little curved blade that I like so much for doing little sawing motions like this. If I have to pull out the razor saw, I'll do it. It's actually, it's a jeweler's saw frame with some dagger tooth saws in it. It is because of these gloves that I feel comfortable doing motions like this, because this particular blade has a dull tip, and it really doesn't go through these gloves. Beauty is in the eye of the plagueholder. I think Sanguinius, Fulgrim, and Horus are probably the top 3 prettiest boys. Well, Horus was pretty. And then he started cosplaying as like a pustule or whatever it was he was doing there at the end. Of course, Wombat Combat would find the prettiest to be Mortarion with his many gifts of Nurgle. Makes a sick kind of sense. How you doing today, Wombat Combat? How are the Death Guard coming? Not too many pieces to remove from this main body section. That's doing pretty good. I never bother with things like that to Squared. I think people... I don't want to say people overthink smoothing PLA, because some people just want smoother products for whatever project it is that they're working on, but... Even, like... even at 6mm scale when I'm printing buildings, I don't really bother with smoothing PLA chemically. I hit it with some good thick filler primer, like a solid coating of it to fill in all the little gaps, and then just paint over the top of it. And if I was doing something super precise, and I really needed a smooth surface, maybe I would, but if I was doing that, I would just print it in resin anyway, you know? Sort of lurched to a halt once Nurgle blessed me. Yeah, I hope that you're feeling better, by the way, man. Nurgle's blessings have a way of doing that as we dance through the garden of his many blessings. We spend a lot of time in bed. Wish there wasn't so many Horus Heresy books to too many to catch up on. Potion Seller, oh my god, I'm right there with you. I am right there with you. I don't remember the last Horus Heresy book that I read. Like, I was keeping up with them as they came out up to a point, and then I kind of got to the end of what was available, and I was like, I'll just wait for a few more to come out. And I never got back to them. It's been years, and they've released so many. I think the last one I read, what was the one where, you'll probably know what I'm talking about, there was the one book that was about, like, a team of Imperial assassins going behind enemy lines to assassinate somebody. I don't remember who it was. Some big cheese, chaos, douchebag, somebody. And it was bad. It was a bad book. It was horribly written. The premise was fucking stupid. The team of assassins played out like Power Rangers or something. Like, they were all friends, and they had this real teenagers with attitude dynamic, and none of them came off as serious assassins to me. It was just like, what happened here? I apologize if that's a book that you've read and you enjoyed. There's no accounting for taste, but that one just turned me off. They were trying to kill Horus. Nemesis. Yeah, I didn't like it. I think that was the last one that I read, and then I was like, maybe I'll lay off these for a while. They would have to become better later, because they were fucking ridiculous in that book. Oh, I need to actually change this blade out. It's pretty dull. There's my nice curved blades. You've described the last 20 years of Games Workshop. I mean, I'm trying not to be that edgy, but I also don't disagree. For future buildings, to justify the layer lines, because printing buildings could totally be a thing. See? Now you're thinking in 3D prints to square. Hamburg Tack, thank you so much for the reminder. I think that's true, NetJam Jr., just in general. Well, any project that involves that many different authors of different backgrounds is going to be kind of hit or miss. Because it's a huge big tent project, and they brought in a whole lot of different people to write for them, so it's like some are really, really well considered, and some are grand epics that span huge, massive events, and it's like, whoa, my god. And then some, I enjoyed Let the Galaxy Burn early on, that one that was composed of, like, anthology short stories. That was one of my favorite. Because for my money, one of the best stories that I read in the Horus Heresy series overall was, I think it was called The Last Church on Earth. That was the one where, it's during the reclamation of Earth by the Emperor, and there's a priest who runs a church on a hill, and the Thunder Warriors are coming, and they've been burning churches, and it's terrible, and then, a great armored warrior comes to speak to him one night. I really enjoyed that one. It was very clever. I mean, I think the big twist is really fucking obvious, but it doesn't matter because it's well presented. Needs a little trimming before this is gonna fit. I wouldn't say it started as essentially a parody Datron Voltari. I would say it started as, like, explicitly, openly, and completely a parody and a satire. It is absolutely what 40K was meant to be. It was taking the piss out of all the properties it was ripping off that took themselves seriously. And it was taking the piss out of every single sci-fi property from Starship Troopers to Dune simultaneously. And it was funny. It was really funny. And it has started to take itself quite seriously. And I want to say recent years, but this has been going on for a while. It started to take itself seriously, I think, around the turn of the millennium. And we are deep into, edgelord neckbeards online talking about, like, oh, was Horus really wrong, though? I think that Horus was right, and I'm like, these stories were written with hand waves by neckbeard fucking Nottingham grognards who were like, wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if? Like, that was the whole premise. And it's only, like, I come from an era of Warhammer 40K where the Horus Heresy was a few paragraph blurb on a lore page in the start of the primary core rulebook that was like, it is an age lost to mystery and we'll never know what happened. And then we moved on and we played the game. And since then, it has all been so defined, so each and every little moment, and this guy killed that guy, and that guy had a cybernetic dick, and he used it to fuck this guy, and it's like... I guess I understand it, you know? They've got to advance these things somewhat if they want to keep selling product because that's what the fans want, but it's definitely lost some of its mystique. There was an air of like, and we'll never know because it's mysterious. And now it's all just, no, we're going to retcon that into just a story you can go and read. And it sells, you know? Of course it sells. It's just lost something. It's definitely lost the ability to have fun with itself, which is maybe the one thing about 40K that I miss the most. And I know people still like to joke and josh about it. And, ooh, orcs are super psychic and everything they believe manifests, and that's why their technology works and dirt. And it's like, yeah, you kept that, but it's like you lost things like the Fist of Gork and I don't know. You know, there's no right answer. Everything appeals to people for different reasons, but Warhammer 40K taking itself seriously killed a lot of my interest in the overall universe. I still enjoy it, I like the aesthetics of it, but I mean, when I think cool 40K art, I'm thinking like John Blanche from back in the day. I've got a deck of cards with John Blanche's 40K art. It's so nice. It's so nice. And you see, that's what I keep thinking NetGM Jr. is, and then there's people like you. And I don't mean that in a pejorative, like, if I meant that pejoratively, I'd be like, and then there's people like you. But I mean it more like, and then there's people like you. You never had the opportunity to know the 40K that I knew when I knew it. Because the one constant in life is change. Everything changes, everything grows, all the time. We can't stop it. We cannot stop it. It is the one thing that we absolutely can never stop. Everything changes, everything grows. And I've tried to apply this philosophy also to newer Star Wars fans, because I found myself slipping at times. You know how bitter I can be about Star Wars. I found myself slipping into the mindset of like, oh, these damn new Star Wars fans are ruining it. I'm like, they're not ruining it. They're enjoying it just like I did. It's just that it's different now. And it doesn't make it bad if they're having fun with it. It just, I have to take responsibility for what it is that I liked about it. I have to accept that the version of it that I liked, it's gone. It's never coming back. I mean, it still exists, but it's not alive anymore. And that's fine. This is just new. The version of 40K that you got didn't have, like, it just didn't have that tongue-in-cheek attitude. It's something else, and I'm glad that you like it. I'm glad that you appreciate it. I'm glad that it works for you. I hope that it can be the presence in your life that it has been in mine. Because for all my complaining about it, it has been enriching in its own way. It certainly got me into making and painting models, which you may have noticed by now I kind of enjoy. Exactly at East Dailies. I have to realize, particularly in the case of Star Wars, like, they're not making it for me anymore. And you guys have new mysteries, for that matter. You don't have the mysteries of what happened in the Horus Heresy. You don't have the mystery of what the fuck is going on with the Necrons so much. You have concrete answers there, but you've got new mysteries as the story evolves. And while those mysteries might not interest me, in many ways they're the same thing for you that those old ones were for me. And that's cool. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I'm wrong. No, there's a lot of other reasons that I'm wrong. Yeah, humanity worshipping a literal corpse on the throne. Yeah. I can remember when people started being like, ooh, the rumor is that the Emperor could come back alive one day. And I think that the whole, this whole new swing into 9th edition in the Primaris Marines is one of the clearest signs that the 40K that I was really into is sort of gone. Because the 40K that I was into would never have allowed humanity to advance technologically at all under any circumstances, because that was completely contrary to the point. The point was, everyone is going to die. Everyone is going to die. The galaxy is over. Humanity has ended. They just don't know it yet. Everyone already lost. They lost 1,000 years ago. The only question is, how long does it take them all to peter out? That was the 40K that I grew up in. There is no hope. Hope is a joke. They've reintroduced hope to the universe. Whatever, I guess it had to grow. They would have stopped being able to sell things if they left it there. So one of the reasons I really like the story for... Oh, hey, Ion Raptor, how you doing today? I still don't think I have any mods. So I'm going to give a shout out real quick. Guys, go give Ion Raptor Designs a follow if you like Battletech or 3D printing or just 3D design. Robbie G gonna turn to chaos, just you wait. See, I always liked, like, that's a weird one for me too, like Robot Gilliman now walks again, and I'm like, for me, the 40K universe as far as Robot Gilliman went was, he was dead. Like, I know, the story was, he was wounded, he was put into stasis, and then there was a little tidbit of, like, you know, adherents of the Ultramarines swear that if you look long enough, you can see his wounds healing, but it was like, no, you can't. Like, he's dead. We know from an external perspective, he's dead, and this is just the desperate hope of mankind clinging on. And then one day they're like, nah, he's alive. I'm like, okay, whatever. Sure, might as well. Prefer the 30K setting to the more over-the-top grimdark 40K, but the extra factions and stuff in 40K is cool. Yeah, and I mean, for every negative thing that I say about 40K, like, I have to acknowledge there are certain positives. The Primaris Marines, whatever issue I may have with their look, with their aesthetic, which I'm not a fan of for their vehicles and a lot of other things, and how tactical they are, they're true-scale Marines that we dreamt of back in the day when all we had were the short Marines. I would have preferred that they just gave us a new line of Space Marine models that were a larger size and went, what are you talking about? They've always been this big. Like, that would have been fine with me, but whatever, they didn't do that. They came up with a story reason. Genestealer cultists being their own fully supported faction with models? That's fucking awesome. We never had that. We had to fucking make shit up for that. Well, okay, we did have it. There are old Genestealer cultist models, but they're old. They're old. So old. We're talking Rogue Trader era, and as much as I appreciate the charm that those figures had, the new ones are nice. The new ones are very, very nice. "3D printing to the rescue." Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that was back when White Dwarf, like, had usable information in it for that matter. And that's just it. The whole texture of the hobby has changed when it comes to 40K. I remember when you'd buy your core rulebook and in the back of it, like a good, at least an eighth of the total length of the book was devoted to, yeah, no armored limos, no, and no, like, big fat guy fucking crime boss models. Classic. Lehman's probably, yeah, Wombat Combat, I think Lehman Russ, he was one of those that was like, we always thought, like, Lehman Russ is probably alive somewhere. He went to find, like, the Fountain of Youth or some shit. He's probably alive. He's too stubborn to die. But God knows where he is, and it might not matter. It always had this feeling in the universe of, like, grand, epic, amazing things are happening. Meanwhile, here you are on this planet, and you're definitely gonna die, so none of that matters. And you're like, oh, okay. Rather not have to buy a magazine to get the rules, but it seemed White Dwarf was fun. To be fair, that was at a time when that was the only way you could get any new information. If White Dwarf and the spirit of White Dwarf, as it was, existed now, it would be digitally distributed. But like I was saying, I remember when the rulebook had a big portion of it devoted to do-it-yourself hobbying. It would have, like, templates in it, and it would be like, buy yourself some foam core board, cut these templates out, glue them together, and paint them like this, and you will have a bunker that you can use for your games. Those sections are now gone, and replaced with, buy this bunker kit and build it, and you will have a bunker to use for your games. Give me money. Money me. Money now. Me, a money needing a lot now. And on the one hand, I get it. They're a company. Sure, it makes sense. That doesn't mean I have to like it. I'm not claiming that they're wrong to do it from their perspective. I just don't like it. You're absolutely correct, Trotsky. You're absolutely correct. But they were a company that encouraged their players more in the past. And I think that the divide over Chapter House, which happened years ago at this point, is one of the clearest signs that their priorities changed. And now I have trouble supporting them because, like, even in an era where, okay, back in the day, them having their paint and pots made sense. That's what all the companies were doing for the most part. Hobby paints were not that widely distributed. The fact that there were hobby paints designed to go with models at all was kind of amazing. But now we live in a world where there are many hobby paint companies, and we have established unequivocally, unquestionably, that dropper bottles are the superior option for absolutely everyone's sake. There is no reason to use a paint pot. They have the money to retool their assembly line. Their response? Fuck you. Whatever. You'll buy it in pots. And you know what? They're not wrong. They're not wrong. In a way, I have to blame the consumer for allowing them to get away with it. But that doesn't get me anywhere either. Like, yeah, okay, so Privateer Press makes great paints. I still loathe their pots, but I do buy some of their paints. You'll find me using their Coal Black pretty often here on this stream. Because Disney isn't evil enough. You know, that's just it. They're not evil. I think Disney is evil for different reasons. But at Games Workshop, they just have, you know what? They have this unbelievable advantage when it comes to having seized a market share early. In a sense, they created the market share that other companies are now trying to break in at. They realized that they don't actually have to innovate certain things to continue making money because they are the standard setter. It'll take, like, I don't know what it's going to take for Games Workshop to really start losing. The pandemic only helped them. They'd have to come to your house and, like, fuck your wife and shoot your dog before players would be like, maybe I'll stop buying models. And a huge portion of that is it's the issue with the sunk cost, with the fact that, because I encountered this, I don't even know how many times, just trying to get people to shift games, like, hey, stop playing 40k and play this new game with me. And the first answer you get is always, not always, but often, yeah, but I've got like $3,000 worth of 40k models. And I don't have an argument against that. Like, it's right, you do. You have bought all these models. In a way, you're playing 40k, and it's going to be real hard to let go of that. I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. I'm just scoring these surfaces lightly with a blade, by the way, so that the glue has some tooth to hold on to. Figured that was probably obvious, but some people might not know. So. Ooh, maybe I should dry fit these things before I just go trying to stick them on. Here's an idea. There we go. Oh god, what is my new stream market shock? Just taught my friend War Machine, and I play Dust and Battletech every week. Yeah, and there are a lot of us out there, Trotsky, for whom the hobby is miniatures. My hobby definitely is miniatures and miniature wargaming as a category. But it's also, we have to take a moment and understand that there are a lot of people for whom the hobby is Warhammer 40k. And if it expands beyond that, it expands to Games Workshop products. And cannot blame them for it. It's so accessible. It's so accessible. Tiny robots in a box. How you doing, man? It's been a hot minute. It's been a grip. How are things, my friend? Yeah, fuck me. Seems to be the theme of my own stream. I think rules with cheap 3D printed models would kick their butt. So this is something that I've talked a fair bit about, NetJam Jr. There is a company right now who is trying to do precisely that, called White Light Media. It's very, very small. It's run by just a couple of people. They have a game called Revelations Skirmish, and they just released a single-player version of the rules. I have some of their models here. You like that? You like that armpit cam? That's hot stuff, isn't it? They sell their rule system, and then they will sell the STLs for you to print your own models. This is maybe the least interesting of the models they actually have, by the way. Of course, this is the one I picked to show off. But it is a mech, tank, and infantry-based game. And the files are really quite good. I've gotten some really, really good prints out of them. The game also plays very well. I love the dude's initiative, and the world conspired against him. He's still going. The game is still going. He's still releasing new things, and that's fucking super exciting to me because I'm keeping up with it. But he also, like, he released it, and then the pandemic happened. And it was, like, suddenly, like, it was just the worst timing for a game release. But I think if he sticks with it, there's still a chance that it'll catch on. It's a game called Revelations, Trotsky. Revelation Skirmish. The company that runs it is called White Light Media. This is one mech and one tank from one faction. He has, I think at this point, 3 to 4 factions with models. Each of them has at least 2 to 3 mechs, at least 2 tanks, infantry, and then power armored infantry. And the game actually plays pretty well. It's fairly quick. It makes good sense. I like his balance between mechs and tanks. Mechs tend to have lighter weaponry, but they're more mobile and adaptable. Tanks have much, much heavier weaponry. They're less mobile, but they can also fire much more often. And then infantry has the ability to, like, swarm mechs. There's kind of a rock, paper, scissors dynamic, but it works pretty well. Very close to making minis for them, but ended up chickening out. Aww, more like Ion Chicken designs, am I right? Buck, 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 buck. I don't even really mean that. I just thought it was. I couldn't pass up Ion Chicken. Absolutely, Trotsky. Yeah, go check him out. The dude who runs the company, Rick Graham, awesome guy. Really, just an amazing dude. He does a podcast on how to start your own game. And yeah, he has another game coming called Field of Legends that is currently being kickstarted. Would you do me a favor? Really, anyone, do me a favor. Go get the link to the Kickstarter for Field of Legends and pop it into chat just so people can jump on there if they want to. I am kickstarting it. It looks like a lot of fun. Some really, really cool, inspired figures. The guy has a good eye for design. Where's his other shoulder? Here's his other leg. Let's do that. Oh, there's his other shoulder. Okay. How to start your own game. 1, have friends. 2, oh, yeah. Tabletop, and we talked about this too, like, Warhammer 40k is not the biggest tabletop game in the world because it's the best tabletop game in the world. It just isn't. It almost never has been. Maybe there have been brief periods where it was the best of the ones that existed, but I don't, like in the very beginning, in the Rogue Trader days. But that was more just because there weren't many that did exist, and not because it was actually good. This isn't to say it's bad, it's the worst game ever and nobody should play it. That's not what I'm saying either. What I'm saying is that it got in so early, and it had such striking and evocative lore, and so many good writers and great artists like John Blanche supporting it. Exactly, Trotsky. It has the momentum. It has the market share. Because you try to get people to play new games, and it's always, yeah, but everybody plays 40k. And this is the downfall of getting someone into playing a tabletop game as opposed to playing like an online PC game. An online PC game, if I don't know anybody in my town who plays, it doesn't fucking matter, because you know what? I can find some Korean kid who plays in no time flat, and we can be playing a game. With a tabletop game, I need to know people. I need to have friends. I need to have friends who are willing to spend some money, build some models, paint some models, or, you know, at least I need to spend the money to build and paint enough models for my friends to use. And man, that's hard to get somebody to do, particularly if you can't promise them, if you can't say, yes, you will, if you do this, you will be able to find games. If you do this, someone will play with you. We had limited success getting Rune Wars, the miniatures game, really started as a game in San Antonio, Texas, and the reason that we had success is because I had a really good group of friends, and we managed to get 15 to 20 people playing constantly, like every week. We had people coming in and playing, and we got that because the game was good, but it was still like pulling teeth to get it to happen. And I'm still fucking sore about that one because Fantasy Flight Games killed their own game. They killed their own game. They sacrificed it on the altar of Disney in their desperate quest to pick up the Star Wars IP, and then recently they lost it, so fuck them. That was so stupid. I loved Rune Wars, and I'll tell you what, Rune Wars, guys, I'll just say right now, Rune Wars is, rules-wise, probably the best fantasy rank-and-file miniatures game I've ever played. It's so good. Mechanically, it's so good. It's like, if you're sitting here thinking, huh, maybe Thunderhead's right, maybe it is pretty good, you are underestimating how good it is. It's so fucking good. That rule system was I have never had so much fun and so much tactical reward playing a rank-and-file game as I did playing Rune Wars the miniatures game when it really got going. And you know what? Didn't matter. It didn't matter. Because you gotta have people playing it. And people only want to play it if people are already playing it. Beyond the Gates of Antares, we tried to get that one started in San Antonio, and we got it reasonably started, but back then we had a lot of time and money on our hands. It's a great game. But when you suggest it to people, they're like, yeah, but we could just play 40k instead. And you're right. Another big part of it is that there are a lot of members of the military who play Warhammer 40k, and getting them to play anything else is hard because they're absolutely correct. If I go to a new duty station, what are people going to be playing? Chances are 40k. Somebody's going to be playing 40k. You can find a game. So your investment makes sense at that point. That's one that I've had to deal with quite a lot, Trotsky, because I moved around from duty station to duty station, and there are so many veterans who go to local game stores. And a shocking number of members of the military who play 40k, even out in the field, using, like, rocks and shit. But it's the game everybody's playing. It's the game that you know your money isn't going to be wasted on. It's the game where if you buy all the models and you don't like the game, you'll be able to resell them because enough people are playing it. If you buy a bunch of miniatures for Maelstrom's Edge, you probably won't be able to resell them. And that factors into people's decision-making, even though it's a great game. Even though the storyline is, at this point, in my opinion, better than anything 40k has going for it, it doesn't matter. Because it doesn't have that market share. Yeah, wasted. I know. But here's the thing. People aren't, like... We like to think of ourselves as rational consumers, but, you know, we're not. You have to appeal to certain notions about, like, oh yeah, you could totally resell your 40k army. Don't mention the fact that if you put paint on it, you're actually devaluing it. These are the lies that we tell ourselves to convince ourselves it makes sense to buy miniatures, or in some cases, the lies that we tell our wives to justify the money that we spent on miniatures. And whether they're bullshit or not, they're still a part of making the decision, and we have to acknowledge them. Whether they're lies that we tell ourselves or not, we still have to tell ourselves those lies. So, you know. Just have kids and make them play it. Genius! Miles Morales isn't Spider-Man. Wait, is he really not? He hasn't been Spider-Man for very long. Yeah, Magic the Gathering, Tiny Robots, you're absolutely right. That's another one where Magic the Gathering isn't even that good a game. But everybody plays it, so everybody plays it. It's this self-feeding loop, you know? He's the new Falcon. I'm not even remotely keeping up with what the fuck's going on in Marvel anymore. Most people who play miniature war games are not... I was about to use the phrase, at my level, and that just sounds so arrogant, but I don't mean at my level like they're not as good as I am. I fucking suck at playing most of these war games. I get my ass kicked a lot of the time because I don't keep up with the meta. I just play fun, fluffy lists. But most people who play war games, the vast majority of the raw numbers that support the hobby, are not in it for the same reasons that I'm in it. They're not as constantly making, painting minis, coming up with army ideas, 3D printing stuff. Like they don't do it like I do. So I'm not a good metric by which to judge almost anything. I'm an outlier. I'm what some of them would think of as a whale. I'm the guy who would come in and buy like 3 armies at once, given the opportunity. Wanda is Mephisto. Yeah, sure, why the hell not? Wandfisto, I'm down. Yeah, and that's what I was saying earlier, Crossbow Roof. It's like, I'm into it for... I am into miniatures. If I had to rank it, I'm into miniatures. And then I'm into war games. Many of them are into Warhammer 40k. And then they're into Games Workshop. And then maybe they're into war games. And variably into miniatures. But if Warhammer 40k disappeared tomorrow, there are a huge number of people who would never play war games again. And I was gonna say I would barely notice. That's not true. I'd fucking notice, believe me. I'd be like talking about it for months, but it wouldn't slow me down. This right here, this model I'm assembling right here, I think this is the first 40k associated model I've even touched on this stream in over a year now. Yeah, I'd paint anything. I'd be painting fucking statues. Whatever. I'd be painting something. I'd be making my own models to paint as I do. I suck at Battletech, but tiny robots are cool and fun to paint, see? Yeah, that's the truth. Hey, Drax! What's up, Drax? Could we get a shout out? Do I have a mod yet? Drax, you come in on the night that I don't have a mod. And no, this is Sanguinius. We're going to be working just a little bit on assembling him, and then I'm going over to Iron Man. The one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend... Drax, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very talented, very prolific hobby painter here on Twitch. Please go give that man a follow. I tell you, if you're enjoying literally anything you see on this channel, you're gonna want to be there for Drax's next stream. How you doing today, Drax? Do you really? I had no idea. Well, it's good to see you in chat, my friend. Yeah, I'm gonna be swapping over to work on Tony. This guy's been sitting on my desk for a while, and I wanted to take a few minutes and at least get him mostly assembled. Because sometimes I find that if a project just sits in a pile, if I just get a little bit of progress done, if I just build it, that can sometimes motivate me to then carry on and work. And we're doing a texture challenge this month given to us by Greg the Salt Miner to do a lot of texturing on non-textured surfaces, and I feel like Sanguinius is a decent opportunity for that. He's got a lot of texture on him, but then he's got some metallic surfaces that can do with a lot of texturing as well. Sucked it up and dealt with him fully built aside from the wings. Yeah, I'm looking at the wings, man, and these are... Damn. These may go on after the rest of him is done. Yeah, that seems very sensible to me. I just want to go ahead and get his shoulder put on at the his shoulder and his arm put on, and then I'm going to switch over to working on Iron Man. So many different minis. So many different minis. And see, there you go, Trotsky. You're more into war games and then minis. I think it's really easy for us in this hobby to become so laser focused and so engrossed with our part of the hobby that we forget how big a tent this is. We forget how many people are into it, and that they're not all into it for the same reason that we are. I think I've told the story of how I got into this a number of times, but I'll tell it one more time. My real introduction, my true first introduction to the world of hobby miniatures, painting, war games was, as was many people's, Hero Quest, the Milton Bradley game. And, Terp Meister, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the Storm Chasers, good to have you. 4 overlapping hobbies: buying minis, building minis, painting minis, playing with minis. Drax, yes, and buying paint. This is very valid, because buying minis is in fact its own hobby. It is a hobby. It's a sneaky hobby, because if you have it, you might not know it. You might convince yourself that your hobby is building and painting minis when in fact your hobby is buying minis. And that can be harmful, because then it kind of gets out of control. I've known people who, I'm sure you have probably fallen into this yourself at times, Drax, as have I, and you've probably known people who just had no idea that their hobby was really buying things, and they just buy. It's retail therapy, and I get it. I like buying stuff too. Getting into 3D printing was kind of how I broke myself of that. And I didn't, because I still buy shit, damn it. At least I'm spending less on it now. That's got to be worth something, right? But yeah, Hero Quest and The Dark World, if you remember that board game that was out around the same time. It had a lot of miniatures in it, and it had like a castle set that you would play on. And it had this stupid initiative counter. It was like a rattler full of these little plastic beads, and you'd take it and you'd shake it up and you'd put it down, and then the colors, the order that the beads fell determined the initiative for the turn. But I loved those games as a kid. I loved them. I spent more time like building dungeons and using them to play AD&D and shit like that than I did actually playing the game. It's only as an adult that I really understand how good of a game Hero Quest actually is, and it is. But that was the start. That was the start of it. And then, years later, after I had not really gone much further into the hobby than that, that was just, what made me aware of the fact that I could be playing with these awesome little fucking toys. Also, there was a game I bought, and I can't remember the name of it. I want to say that I bought the box set when I was at Medieval Times. And it was like a rank and file game. It had a fold-out mat. It had these little troop trays with these little flags on them. It had like these little spring-loaded catapults, and you would fling these little orange balls. I cannot remember what it was called, but I played a lot with that one too. But then, the real time that I became, like, aware of it and started to get into it, I was in Stirling, over in the UK. And I remember this day so specifically because my parents were so pissed off at me. I was maybe 12. I was maybe 12. You know the one, Mars to Pants? Yeah, I feel like somebody would have to know, but there was a pirate version, Mars to Pants. I remember, because there were multiple boxes. One of the boxes was a pirate version. There were like ships that you would use, but the one I got was like the castle version. And it had some plastic minis and stuff in it too. But okay, so I'm in Stirling, and I could probably, like, if the store is still there, I'd kind of like to go back to it and walk into it. It might not be there, I don't know. I'll bet I could find out on Google. Battlemasters sounds familiar too. Crossbows and catapults, Datron Voltari, yes, that is totally it. And I'm probably misremembering details from it, because it was a long time ago, but they sold boxes of it at Medieval Times. But okay, so we're in Stirling, and I'm maybe 12 years old. And my parents are taking me to see Stirling Castle, the changing of the guard at Stirling Castle, which, by the way, was really cool. And we're walking down the main street of Stirling up towards the castle. And young 12-year-old me, being just bored as shit with all the old crap that my parents want to look at, I would not come to appreciate old things for a little while yet. I look over to the left. I remember there's Stirling Castle up there, and it's off to the left. I look over, and there's a store, and above the door of the store, there's a sign, and the sign says Games Workshop. And I think to myself, what could this possibly be? And I just wander right in. And my parents were angry, because they had one of those moments where, like, 20 minutes later, they realized I wasn't walking with them anymore, and then it was like, oh my god, we've lost our son in a foreign country. Which, I gotta be honest, I still don't feel bad about it. I still feel like that's kind of funny, more than anything. Maybe that's my immaturity speaking. But there were two dudes in there, and I used to think of them, like, for the many years that I told this story before, I used to think, oh, these two, like, bald dudes with glasses and beards is how I tell the story. And then one day I had this realization as I was telling the story, I'm like, I'm describing myself. I just turned into those two guys who were standing in there. And, oh shit, that might have been it. Mars to Pants, Weapons and Warriors, those both sound really familiar. Somebody do me a favor, just go into Discord right now and, like, in the general chat, tag me and write Crossbows and Catapults, Weapons and Warriors, so I can go look and see which one I'm fucking talking about. Because I'm talking about one of them. I'm almost certain. Where's his other arm? There it is. But there's these two guys, and they're standing over a table, and on that table were, as I recall, Black Legion, Chaos Space Marines, and Eldar. And I was just... whoa. I was blown the fuck away. They were moving them around. They were measuring stuff. They were talking about shuriken catapults cutting people to bits. They were talking about bolters firing these little rockets that were blowing up the space elves. They were talking about how there were these fucking things called orcs. And I was just like, oh my god. You're telling me you built and you painted these little things and you're moving them around and they're fighting each other? And, it's all been downhill from there. One thing led to another, and here we are on this string. And it had a huge impact on me, obviously. But my point in recounting this is my realization later on, as I grew to adulthood, as you transition out of the time in your life when everything you think about is in relation to yourself. That child mind where your experience is everyone's experience. As you transition out of that, you realize that other people also exist. I had to come to the realization that not everybody had that. In fact, very few people had that particular experience. Most people were introduced through other means. Most people had the game sold to them by their friends for other reasons. And thus, what I wanted the game to be was not necessarily going to be what it was. Or even what it should be. That normative statement of what the game should be. It's so selfish, isn't it? I think Weapons and Warriors was the original version, and Crossbows and Catapults was a later version. Okay, again, they both sound familiar, but if they were different versions of each other, then they both would. What's up, Pun Expected? Ooh, that's a good name. GW employees could sell snow to an Eskimo when you're a kid. Yeah. Those guys, they might have been employees. I honestly don't know. I was at a time in my life where the concept of this store employee might be lying to you to sell you things, it didn't even occur to me. I was just like, what are these minifigures? How can I get them? I remember being staggered at the price, because on that same day I tried to convince my parents to buy me some. And to say that they scoffed is to put it mildly when they saw the price tag. That was one of those, you're gonna pay how much? And then you've gotta build it? Are you out of your fucking mind? We'll buy you a Transformer. Oh yeah, well. We see how that worked out, don't we? How do you like me now, Mom? How do you like me now? did some oils on mini painting. Oh, very nice, Pun Expected. That's been a very popular move lately, and I'm glad that more people are trying it. I feel like James Wapple is largely responsible for people realizing the possibilities that exist for painting miniatures with oils, and God bless him for doing so, because there have been some truly amazing miniature artists coming out of it. I don't believe I'm following you, but you stream painting oils on minis? I'm going to give you a follow in just a second, because this is something that I enjoy watching. I've done it once or twice. I'm not very good at it, the use of oils. It's something that you definitely need to practice, in the same way that you need to practice using acrylics. But it's definitely something that I intend to get back around to at some point. Started back in April of last year, and you haven't looked back. Who is it? We're the Gamers. Greg the Salt Miner has been really big on using oils lately, too. And Steela Rebel, who will sometimes come into the chat, is also a big-time oil painter almost exclusively now. People swear by it. I am, at this particular moment, I am too much of a devotee of the cult of acrylic. I'm too mentally invested in it, I suppose, is a good way to put it. But I may come back around to it at some point. Let me go ahead and jump on over and throw you a follow, Pun Expected. Oh, you know Steela Rebel. Okay, yeah, she's great, isn't she? Let's go ahead and drop a follow on Pun Expected. I'll be sure to drop into the next stream that I'm able to catch. Way too many acrylic 40K models to play with any other paints. Yeah, there's definitely the investment there that has to be considered. Crossbows and catapults fired discs, weapons and warriors fired balls. Yeah, it would have been weapons and warriors then, because it had the little orange balls. How you doing, Rubik's Cube with a Q? Hope you're having a good day. Learning acrylics, not ready to learn oils yet. Here's the thing. Acrylics are really, really accessible. And it's not like oils are inaccessible. They're just... What stopped me from using them as much was they do require a little bit more care. They require more cleanup. They require a little bit more attention to detail. The messes are a much bigger problem to clean up. You can say just don't make a mess. That's much easier said than done. They require patience. And maybe the day will come where I transition to, I am painting in order to make art. I am an artist. But at the end of the day, as much as I try to push and this is just me personally, as much as I try to push my painting talents and do more and more complex and interesting things, which I do try to do, I'm painting wargame figures. And I think that this is something that's important for everyone who paints miniatures to ask themselves, what is it that you're painting and why? Because I'm painting wargame figures, and as a result, I have to stop myself sometimes and remember, you don't have to go that far. You don't have to do that thing. That's not what you are trying to do. You are trying to make toys that you can then paint and play with. And that is what I'm trying to do. Oh yeah, his arm goes up like this because he's holding that crazy spear. That's right. And as a result, I like being able to throw down some paint, wait an hour, put down a varnish, boom, I'm ready to go. I can paint shit on the same day that I'm playing with it. Oils require more forethought that I am currently not able or willing to give them. Oh, I have one. Give me half an hour and then yes, please. Are you building with spear or sword? So I'm building this for someone, Drax, and I'm pretty sure he said sword, but I'm going to ask him before I attach the weapon. I'm pretty sure he said sword. Yeah, you can have a spear or a sword. Personally, I like the spear. And I like the spear because Sanguinius, he has very much a, like the Archangel Michael locked in the battle with the devil versus the dragon kind of thing. He very much has that pose going on. And in that piece of art with the Archangel Michael, he has a spear that he's driving down into Satan. And I love that piece. And so when I think Sanguinius in this pose, I always think of Archangel Michael, and I always think of the spear. Pretty sure he has a spear. I'm remembering that right, aren't I? Archangel Michael has a spear? Built him with the Demon Horn hand. Oh, he has a Demon Horn hand? I didn't even look at that one. Well, I'm not attaching the hand today anyway, so I'm glad that it got brought up at the very least. Evening. Romeovo. Romeovo 1D. Romeovoid. I'm gonna call you Romeo. I'm gonna call you Romeo. Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Romeo Void. That makes way more sense. Thank you. The horn locks into the demon on the base. Ah, okay, I gotcha. Mainly paint D&D minis. I pick up a few Warhammer models because they look cool. But see, you know why you're doing it. You know why you're doing it. No fucking magnets, Dave. Get the hell out of here with your magnets. We're not doing any magnets. Not today. People in this chat are sick. They're infected with magnets. If I say the word one more time, I'm gonna summon Cybran Knight. God damn it! Yeah. Speak of the devil. Oh, I see how that connects. Okay, and that goes down against his side. You're right, Vergaderung. I wasn't counting. I was being willy-nilly. I was fecklessly throwing the word magnet around hither and yon. And now here we are. I have owed this model to a friend of mine for some time, and I've put it off because I'm like, I really want to do non-metallic metal, but I don't know what I'm doing. I've just got to paint the damn thing. At least I don't like avocados like some generates. I'll have you know that I am very much a generate, whatever that means. Yeah, there's a scenic-based form as well. Rubik's Cube. Really, let me just remind everybody, we are a very, very sharing-friendly stream. We don't do links, but we have a bit at the end of every single stream known as the Storm Report. And what that is it's basically a channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord where you can share your work, be it finished, work in progress, something that you're happy with, something you want to show off, something you... he does have a spear. Yeah, I thought so, Kevin. I just, I like to double check because I haven't actually looked at the... I realized as I was saying, I was like, I haven't actually looked at that piece of art in like well over a year. And maybe I'm getting it wrong.
Welcome, everyone.
But yeah, I thought
to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. I don't want to see your genitals, and I don't mean that as an insult, but please do not show them to me. But yes, we have a bit at the end of every stream called the Storm Report. If you're interested in participating, we'll take a look at your work right here on the stream. All you need to do is jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which can be accessed by hitting !Discord or hitting the button down there below chat. Head on over into the Storm Report channel. Take a look at the rules before you do. They're not, like, terribly dense or anything. They're just there to, protect me in case of liability, I guess. I don't know. They seem like they're good to have. And post up to 2 pictures of whatever it is you would like to share with us. We will take a look at it right here on the stream and give it a little bit of commentary. And if you'd like some feedback or some advice, you can go ahead and ask for it right there in the channel, and I'll be sure that you get some. What is your deal? What is your deal today, Sanguinius? What's up, Jack? Wandering XP. Wandering on in and dropping some of that sub love. Thank you so much, Wandering XP. Wandering XP, by the way, will be joining me on our next stream on Tuesday. He and I will be working on painting Baron Zemo for Marvel Crisis Protocol at the same time. A little fun we're going to have with that. Should be the first dual painting stream that I've done. I really don't do them. We're going to give it a shot. Well, the main body of Sanguinius is coming together at any rate. You know what? You know what, Jack? Just for you, buddy. Just for you. Pun expected, it's actually a really good game. It has, it's fairly easy to get the basic rules, and it has some fairly complex combos and character interactions that you can get into if you really, really want to get good at the game. It is, in my opinion, a pretty excellent rule system. It's not a perfect rule system. It definitely makes some sacrifices, some thematic sacrifices for the sake of gameplay, which I think is indicative of a company that wants to make a good game, on top of making good models. Been giving you money for almost a year? What the fuck is wrong? So many things, Jack. So many things. Where do we even begin? So we have a bunch of much smaller pieces to go on Sangi here. And I'm going to leave them off for the moment until I determine which of them are going to be painted separately, because some of them are going to be painted separately and then glued on. Like his wings, for instance. And I want to make sure that I'm doing the sword and not the spear. I think I am, but again, I want to double check that. Too many to list. Too many to list. Played MCP on Tabletop Simulator and really enjoyed it. Yeah, in fact, there's a great... If you're curious, and you have Tabletop Simulator, it's a great place to try Marvel Crisis Protocol because it has one of the most complete modules for Tabletop Simulator that I've seen. It's really quite excellent. Yeah, this is for Hethrier, Jack. There's Black Widow. And yeah, on Tuesday, Wandering XP and I are going to be settling in to work on Baron Zemo here at the same time. And the idea is that we are going to try to do the same colors and the same effects for the most part. Obviously, you can deviate as much as you want for your personal style. But we're going to talk about what we're doing. We're going to talk about the colors we're using. We're going to talk about the techniques that we're using as we paint it. We're never going to look at each other's streams. And then wherever it is that we get to at the end of the night or at the end of the miniature, we're then going to take a look and sort of compare and contrast how two different painters approach the same ideas, the same concepts. It seems fun to me. And if nothing else, I'll get to spend a few hours hanging out with Wandering XP. You know, that doesn't sound half bad. We're aiming for Thursday, Jack. We're aiming for this Thursday to pick up Cyberpunk Red again here on the stream. I think everybody had fun with Cyberpunk this last Thursday. I certainly enjoyed it. Well, you're gonna have to, Wandering XP. You're gonna have to. Wife hit me with a question today. What are you gonna do with all these minis you're printing? Oh, God. Just tell her to stop asking that question. That's a dangerous question. That's, not totally sure. Please stop asking me. Look, I'm gonna paint some of them, okay? Tell her to have zero expectations, like Aphelion here on Pretzel. She'll be happier that way. I'm going to be using a little bit of this Reaper Sepia liner, and I'm going to try to use it to shade my yellow panels. Not sure how it's going to go. Might end up mixing it with some brown liner to get the real dark sections. And I'm thinning it down with quite a bit of water. I use these liners for a fair number of purposes. Including lining, believe it or not. Gotta make a Stitches mini. Oh, did you like... Did you like Stitches O'Malley? God damn. I was not sure if that character was gonna play at all. I'm glad that people responded well to some of the ridiculous characters that I came up with to throw in there, because they really were just like... I really, really try to keep my games interesting as a DM, and I realize that to be a good DM, you've gotta just put yourself out there and go for the gusto. I'm no Matt Mercer, but I can do a really, really bad East Coast accent. He's Bill Burr in my head. Right? Just like Bill Burr, but with baseball-style stitches on his head. I would totally buy that. Random question, but looking into getting some Scale 75 paints. What is my opinion on Scale 75 paints? So I've been using them for a little while now since Greg the Salt Miner sent me some. And overall, my opinion is fairly positive. They have some really excellent colors in the range. Like some really, really excellent colors. Some of them are... You want to be good at... Like, if you want paints that are already at precisely the thinness level... I'm not wording well today. If you want paints that you don't have to think much about how you thin them, I would go with something other than Scale 75. You do have to do a little bit of work to get them to the consistency that you're looking for. At least I have had to. But it's hard to argue with some of the more unique colors that they have. I will say that the Scale 75 Inktense line of colors is fan-fucking-tastic. I love it. There are particular colors of theirs that I like really well. Birch is a color that I have been using quite a lot of. And really, really enjoying. But just, be ready and be able to thin your own paint to precisely the level that you like it before you go into Scale 75. I think that Pro Acryl has a better overall formulation as far as being really, really easy and really, really forgiving. Viscosity, yeah, that's a good word. Clear medium is also interesting, sort of their thing, and makes layering a bit easier. Yeah, I would agree. The clear medium and then their Inktense colors are really quite great. I'm into a lot of Reaper and Pro Acryl these days. Wargarble, what's up, White Wolf? How you doing? Bill Burr had a better ex-Stormtrooper arc over the course of a single conversation at a table than Finn did over 3 movies. Yeah, I think that's hard to even argue with, even for the deluded devotees of the sequel trilogy. I think that Ryan George on his pitch meetings video did one of the best breakdowns over the course of a sentence of my problem with the ex-Stormtrooper arc that they tried to do for Finn. And that's when he's talking about, like, oh yeah, no, this guy's gonna be an ex-Stormtrooper, and he decided that he's not down with the killing. He doesn't wanna kill people anymore. And we're really gonna humanize Stormtroopers through this guy. And he's like, oh wow, that's amazing. It's like they're real people and not just faceless murderers, right? He's like, yeah. So then, okay, Finn and Poe are gonna break out of the ship. And they're going to have to fight their way through a bunch of stormtroopers. It's like, oh, well, I mean, I'll bet that's going to be really traumatic for him, having to kill his former compatriots. Like, not really. He's gonna pretty much have fun and say, woo, a whole lot. Yeah, that right there. That right there. Riot Sister.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
How you doing today, Riot Sister? How are things? Hope you're having a good day. This brush is not cooperating with me right now. I probably should have given it a more thorough cleaning after last time, but I was lazy. I will say, though, I'm quite the fan of these Game Envy brushes. They have been treating me very nicely. Oh, thank you very much, East Dailies. Just moving bookshelves around. You know, sometimes that's what has to happen. This is me gradually attempting to understand how to use free-handed shapes on armor panels to sell a metallic effect. And I'm not being too hard on myself. I'm not studying too many guides. I'm just kind of playing with it and seeing how it comes out, because I feel like it's really how I learn. Better than following guides, for me, is just kind of fooling with it and getting it wrong a bunch. And ultimately, even if you follow guides, you've got to fool with it and get it wrong a bunch. Yeah, I do need to give this brush a little bit of love. I was lazy and I didn't clean it last time. You should always clean your brushes. Yeah, if they get to you. Now, to be fair, they did eventually get to me. Oh, thank you, Mongolian Jeef. How you doing today, man? Could we get a shout-out? Could we get a shout-out for Mongolian Jeef? Pretty please. Another good example of, man, if you're in this stream and you're having a good time, you should really go give this guy a follow. There are so many painting streams on Twitch right now. You kind of gotta pick and choose which ones you like. I wonder how the rise of vaccinations is going to affect Twitch streaming overall. I like to think it won't result in me suddenly losing all my viewers. I like to think that. I don't know if it's true. Because there's definitely a lot of people who have been driven to Twitch by being stuck inside. There are a lot of people who have been driven to streaming on Twitch by being stuck inside, and I'm curious to see how many of them stick with it. There may be a mass exodus during which suddenly it is quite possible to get webcams suddenly at very, very discounted prices. And if that happens, I am buying so many webcams, you guys. That's where I'm getting all the cameras to run gaming streams out of my game room. I'm gonna go shopping in the Garden of Broken Dreams and have no regrets. More vaccines go up, my viewership goes down. Fighting with some bases earlier. Well, don't fight with them, paint them. That's not gonna help. Why do I even do that? Yeah, I think that will be a good change, Wolf and Spawn. There are a lot of people who have come to realize that their work never actually required them to go in the first place. And I hope they continue to stick it to the man. 2020 has been, in many ways, the answer to the age-old question, couldn't this meeting have been an email? As it turns out, yes, most of them could have been. A good sector of professions have moved remote. Bastion of Twitch users now keep it going and their workspace will stay around. Yeah, I think so, too. I'll just be interested to see how, you know, there's what I think's gonna happen, and then there's what's gonna happen. I'm very curious to see what the difference is between those two things. Well, thank you for saying so also about the non-metallic metal. This is only maybe my third try at really doing it. Like, and for some reason I'm like, I'm gonna try doing non-metallic metal. Let me pick, you know, someone who is entirely covered in metal in bright colors. Like, that's a fucking good idea. Yeah, sure, why not? It's not. It's actually one of the more complex pieces you could do. But, you know, if I can make it look decent, then I've proven something to myself, right? I've done one already, and I was kind of happy with where it turned out. Looking back on it, it definitely had some weaknesses, but You just keep working, you just keep plugging away. Failure isn't failure. You can't really fail when you're just trying to improve. Creating some shadows here, narrowing down this little highlight, the edge of his mask. Those in management who are stuck in their ways. And to hell with a lot of them. Well, thank you for saying so, Wandering XP. Still mostly just make it up as I go. Let's do a little bit more work on the red. I think I'm actually going to use some Scale Colors Inktense Red here to kind of glaze over my current reds and try to bring them all within a certain register before I do some highlighting. Ooh, I want to do shadows before I do that. I want to do shadows before I do that, and that's going to need me using some red liner. Scale 75. Speak of the devil. Well, if it ain't Scale 75, the stream ain't big enough for the both of us. You old bastard. How did Captain Marvel come together, Wandering XP? You inspired me to finally finish mine, or at least to... There's that, you know, and we've talked about this a number of times on stream and in a few other streams. Minis are never... There's no point when you're painting a mini where it's actually done. There's the point at which you say, I am now finished painting this mini. And that can be a different point for many, many different people. There are certainly many things I could think of to do on this mini yet, but I reached a point where I said, I am now done painting this. And if I can do better, I'm going to do better on a later model. Her face is not great. She definitely... Somebody said she looks like that Max Payne meme. And yeah, she does. she has that Max Payne grimace going on. But I finally just had to say, yep, this model is done, and if I'm going to improve on the techniques I've been using, I'm going to improve on a later figure. But I'm fairly happy with how she came together overall. I do want to do one final touch-up on this drink cup that's on her base, but... you know, whatever. I think it came out pretty decently. Her eyes are fucked up. There are no eyes on this model. Like, the space where you would be painting her eyes is... it basically doesn't exist. This might be my one criticism of Marvel Crisis Protocol figures from the core box, is their details are very soft. Very soft. And in many cases, you wind up just having to paint the details on and be like, well, yep, that's where it is now. That's, yeah, okay. So yeah, her eyes are a little... Why? Why Wandering XP? Wandering XP, when you've been painting models as long as I have, then you're allowed to feel it. Not even then. Not even then you're not allowed to feel ashamed. Because I've been painting like a ridiculously long time, and there are people who've been painting a very small fraction of that time who are just better than I am. Datron Voltari, like... even for the glow effect, they're poorly defined. And I don't really like the glowing eye effect on Captain Marvel. I know it's like a thing that she does, but I wanted to paint some eyes. I like painting eyes. I mean, that's a lie. I don't like painting eyes. I'm just doing more of it because I'm trying to learn how. I actually think that they came out a little big on Captain America, but I actually feel like his eyes and face came out pretty good for what detail there is on him, you know? They're fairly subtle, but you can see them. And then I went with, like, the brown chin strap. Pawnburn is going to get drunk and talk about extra stupid fringe political groups from the 60s to the 80s. Well, that sounds like a blast of some kind, at least. Pawnburn, you have a fantastic night, my friend. And thank you so much for being here. As always, Pawnburn, it's nice to see you in chat. I'm just, I want to be able to paint eyes, so I'm forcing myself to continue practicing. One way or the other. Really like what they went with the Captain America suit from First Avenger instead of the traditional comic costume. Yeah, it has... In general, Marvel Crisis Protocols are in this weird zone of, like, they couldn't quite decide if they wanted the game to be visually to be based on the comics or the movies, so you end up at this halfway point between each. Some figures are very much like they were in the movies, to the point where it's identifiable which version of the costume they had. Some are this kind of halfway point where they've got aspects of the comic book costume and aspects of the movie costume. Captain America's is one of those where it's a little bit of each. He's got some of that First Avenger in there. He's got some of the comic, like he has the A on his forehead that he doesn't really have for most of the movies. I ended up going with the paint job from the Smithsonian suit, from the First Avengers suit. And then I went with the fingerless gloves that he had in, like, I think he had these in Winter Soldier. I don't know why I like the fingerless gloves on Cap. I just feel like he probably really likes, that tactile response for how often he throws and catches shields. Which is, complete fucking nonsense. Wandering XP. Dude, your models look fucking fantastic, dude. What are you talking about? Guys, go give Wandering XP a follow and check out Homeboy's fucking Instagram and his YouTube videos. He's a great guy, he's a great streamer, and he's a really, really talented painter. He doesn't seem to believe it, but he is. We've got a rule that I try to enforce here in this chat, by the way, Wandering XP. I might not have had to enforce it in the time that you've been here, but we do not tear ourselves down in the attempt to compliment others. Just as a rule. And you can call me on it when I do it, because I know that we all do it, and that's why it is a rule. If it wasn't so tempting to do, we wouldn't have to have a rule for it. But we do not tear ourselves down to compliment others, because that's not a compliment. The world is a bastard. The world will tear you down to your base elements. It will burn what's left, and then it will poop on the embers. It will do that to each and every one of you. So I want to tell you right now, you are allowed to be your own cheerleader. If there's no one else in the world who believes in you, who thinks that what you do is fucking good, make it you. You deserve that. Let the rest of the world shit on your dreams. You don't have to shit on your own dreams. I wouldn't make it that broad. P-pistol. P-pistol. Because self-deprecation certainly has its place, but we do not engage in the cliche of saying, "Oh my God, you're such a better painter than I am, man. I couldn't paint what you do in a million years." We don't fucking do it. Thank you for getting that shout out in there for just Dices. Dices, how are we doing today? Good to see you. It's always a pleasure to see Dices in chat. Guys, go give Dices a follow. Very relaxed, very chill painting stream. Does a lot of really, really cool work. And has a great community. Very welcoming. Go give Dices a follow. They're free. Check out her next stream. As I have said many times, the worst case scenario if you follow somebody and you don't like them is you go into their stream and you go, "This isn't for me," and then you move on with your life. So what are you really losing? Data Nerd finally here. Good to see ya. Looks like we just got a follow from Rexy Eats Meat. Well, that's very direct, isn't it? How you doing, Rexy? Ground affected. Oh my God. I could never have that level of sexy voice as you. No, you're more of a side grade, Dices, because on that same note, like, I can't do to my brain what you do to my brain, so I guess we're at a bit of a standstill, aren't we? Ground affected. Welcome in, Raiders. See no evil. 78, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Ground affected. How you doing, man? What are you working on? I'm not gonna read it. I'm not gonna read. We've done this before. We've done it before. And I'm not. You should have clipped it the last time I read it. What were you working on, Ground Affected? Are you still doing that that rogue and what's her name beating the crap out of each other's statue? Added an S on the damn name. Oh, dude, everybody does that. Like, it's gotten to the point where I feel like I should, I should just add the S onto Thunderhead Studio because everybody makes that mistake. Everybody makes that mistake, so don't feel bad, Ground Affected. I'm just happy to know that you're thinking of me. Yeah, I have one studio. I have one studio. You guys remember that that SNL skit where there's a restaurant called One Brother and everybody who eats there is always like, but there's two of you. There's two brothers, so why don't you call the restaurant Two Brothers? And they'd always go like, well, that doesn't make any sense. I have one brother, so it's one brother. That's how I feel about it. Yeah, it's Thunderhead's Tudio. Little known fact. Welcome to my Tudio. It's possessive. Sure, why the hell not? No, that's Susudio. But I like where your head's at. Hey, what's up, Steel Warrior Studios? How you doing? No, his is an S. The thumbnail was Captain Marvel? That's strange. I was showing her off a little bit. I did just finish my Captain Marvel. For those of you who just came in from the raid. We were just talking about there's a point in every model where it's not that it's finished, because mini art is kind of never finished. There's the point at which you're like, well, I'm done painting this. And I think we agreed that her face... You guys remember Max Payne? You know that meme from Max Payne with the face? She's totally doing that face. That's just what I've achieved on this figure, is that look right there. But I think that's about as good as I'm gonna get. So I'm calling it quits. But overall, I'm pretty happy with how the model came out. Mostly, I really wanted to push the vibrant blue on this one, and I feel like I've achieved a pretty good blue. A blue that I'm very happy with, since the last one was fairly desaturated. Also, I don't feel like her hair looks terrible, and that's a big step up for me. Because the last time I did her hair, it did look terrible. Thunderhead, yeah, I was about to call him Thunderhead. Steel Warrior Studios does, in fact, have enough printers for many studios. He has enough for a fucking print farm. Ooh. I mixed up my shadow direction here, and I didn't even notice it when I was doing my highlights. Oh well. Oh well, I'm not going to go fix it now. It is what it is. Well, thank you so much for that raid, though, Ground Affected. I hope that your statue painting is coming along. Though I suspect it is. The man is a prolific worker. Holy crap, dude, your Instagram feed is nuts. I can barely keep up. Worried you made a boring cyberpunk red character. You know the wonderful thing about that, Roland, is you can change anything you don't like about it, man. Also, and I would like to remind people of this, if you are playing tabletop role-playing games with me on stream, I do try to make the tabletop role-playing game experience entertaining, not just for the players, but also for the viewers. But here's the thing. If you're playing with me on stream, it is not your responsibility to be entertaining. To some degree, it's my responsibility insofar as I make it my responsibility to be entertaining insofar as I am a streamer. But it is not your responsibility to entertain my chat. Your responsibility is to have fun. Your responsibility is to enjoy the game and to do it the way that you want to do it. That's all I expect out of my players. If you're having fun, man, I don't give a shit. Besides, I feel like we have a number of sessions before the lot of us are really comfortable playing together, or even before I have established anything like a DMing style. It's all so fresh. It's all so fresh. Yeah, there you go. Painted a Tom Holland. Busy tonight, dude. Like with his face out and everything? Is it up on Instagram? Or if you felt like it, Ground Affected, you could always post a work in progress over to the Storm Report. I am sure the denizens of Twitch would love to see your work. And yes, I do think of you as denizens. I think I'm learning some stuff. Did do some skin freckles under a layer of glazes to make the skin look more real. I think I learned a real cool trick tonight. Looking pretty sweet. Interesting. I've been meaning to work up to doing like some statues and busts at some point. I'm so deep in the like mini gaming aspect of painting, you know? But it would definitely introduce the option to do some more stuff like that. Like, I'm not saying it's not possible to do skin freckles and whatnot at this scale, but I'll tell you, it's a damn sight more difficult to find a place where it's going to be worth the effort. You have to spend more time exaggerating the obvious details. Or I'm just an untalented boob. One of the two. Possibly both. Probably both. What is this painting hobby you speak of, right? Busy doing fucking everything else. Roland, give yourself some time, man. We just started. That, and not everybody has watched Streets of Fire recently. Poor desk still has concrete dust on it. That's right, you had that big blow up recently. You don't even do them one by one either. You can do it, I believe in you. Were you just kind of doing like a... Were you doing like a stippling technique and then glazing them in after the fact? Ground Affected? I'll probably go back and watch the video, I'm just curious. Remember what happened the last time we went to Discord? Okay, look. I believe... I have to believe that we've grown from there, Ground Affected. I have to believe that it's possible for us to move on. I should come up with a better method for doing the Storm Report than just using a Discord channel. I think that sometimes, but it's like when you got... I've used this metaphor before. It's like when you've got a sticky drawer, you know? That always resists opening. but it always opens eventually. So you get really pissed off and you ask yourself, why don't I ever fix this? And then it works and you're like, yeah, I'll just do it later. And as a result, you never fix it. That's me and so many other aspects of my stream. How else would I do it? Studio J7 does it on Instagram. Where if you want to post to it, what you do is you tag him in the post. And also, I gotta give him credit where credit is due. That's a genius way to get a whole bunch of people to post your tag on Instagram and thus spread your visibility. Genius. But yeah, you'll post using the Studio J7 tag, and then he'll just look up the tag and he'll go down the list. And that's maybe not a bad method. But Discord is very easy. And, I mean, it also works in my favor similarly, where, you know, it gets people in the Discord server, and once they're in, they start chatting. And then I, you know, siphon their life energy through their computer monitor and use it to extend my own unnatural life. I don't think I was supposed to say that part. Whatever. People will forget. As one does. As you do. Exactly. No longer allowed to be part of the Demon Club. You revealed secrets. Damn it. You know, it's probably for the best. I never really wanted to belong to any club that would have someone like me as a member anyway. It's ground affected. It is the Storm Report channel. I have fixed it a little bit since the last time you did it. You no longer require a special tag. So just find the channel marked hashtag the Storm Report and post in there, my friend. Wandering XP. Did you finish your Captain Marvel? Could you post her up for us to see? Because I'd love to see what you did. Just wonder if Breaker isn't too professional and not flashy enough. You can make him flashier if you want. I definitely like I like to run. I like my cyberpunk world being very in your face. You know? A little comedic at times. Still dark. But dark in that, like, this is a whole generation of people who are overstimulated on social media and bad movies kind of a way. I think the best way that I can characterize how I often think about the world of Cyberpunk and Night City, watch any Paul Verhoeven movie. Go watch RoboCop from 1987. That is largely how I picture that world being. Like, everything is kind of a joke, but everybody in the joke is taking it very seriously. It's sort of like 2000 AD in Mega City 1. You know, everything is a joke, everything is comedic, but the people who are the subject of the joke don't get the joke. They just happen to be part of it. Anytime you're wondering, Mongolian Chief, you can always hit !STL. Yeah, there you go. And I just stuck him to this hex base because, and I didn't do it, son of a bitch. Oh my god, okay, so. Thunderdome Drew's going to skin me alive, but I'm using some of Thunderdome Drew's very excellent war grips to paint with right now. I've taken the rubber stopper that it usually uses, and I've gone ahead and I've attached a piece of magnet sheet to the top of it. And then I just stuck Iron Man down to a hex base that has a slot for a washer in it. My intent is, because I paint the bases separate from the models a lot of the time just so I have more freedom. And then I just stick him right down on top of there for painting him. Nothing bad happened this time. I'm proud. You know what? You know what? Ground Affected, I'm proud of you. I'm so proud. I'm gonna print it out and we're gonna put it up on the fridge, man. So everybody can see it. And yeah, no, these are so the Trinity City Slums pack is done. For those of you who might be curious about the next pack coming for our Trinity City set for BattleTech, it is done. It is complete. I'm happy with all the files. They have been sent off to Steel Warrior Studios for organization and distribution, and I am currently printing just an assload of them for myself so that I can paint them up and put them into some demonstration boards, and then, you know, play with them as you do. I'll see you in a bit, Vergata Rung. I think people are going to like the Trinity City Slums. They for me, mark a turning point for the whole set. They're kind of something that was missing from the whole building experience. You can now, when you wind up with those funny spots between buildings that don't seem like they should be there, you can just start filling them with little slums. I think they're going to be more used than what we're now calling Trinity City downtown buildings. Because you can make a pretty amazing map with some 2-lane roads, some of the slums, and then 1 or 2 of the downtown buildings. I hope that people like them. I'm very happy with them. There are a few files that combine in a series of different ways to create different shapes, fill different void spaces, and really let the same file kind of look a bunch of different ways, or like it has more variety based on which direction is facing outward. It utilizes a lot of the same design theories that I put into the original Roads set, but it's just buildings instead of roads. I'm really very happy with them. How many will be easy to light up? Vergata Rung, you are... Okay, this is another name. The working title for Trinity City Slums is Fuck Vergata Rung in his face. We tested. We tested that title with a couple of focus groups we put together. We gave them, like, vouchers to go to McDonald's after the fact. And, overall, Fuck Vergata Rung in his face was not as popular as Trinity City Slums, or it might have wound up actually being the title. Right, sister, thank you so much for the reminder on both counts. I'm gonna drink beer, though. I got his body mostly put together, NetJam Jr. I wanted to pause here because I need to ask the person I'm building it for whether they want the sword or the spear. And I want to put a little bit of thought into which of the remaining pieces I want to paint in assemblies and then attach. This is the amount of Sanguinius that I definitely want to be assembled as a base. And the rest of the parts I want to put a little bit more thought into. Like his wings I'm probably painting separately. His head I'm probably painting separately. And then it's a question of if I'm painting his weapons separately or not. It's a lovely model. It really is. So yeah, we're not going with Fuck Vergata Rung in his face. I think we determined that was maybe just a little profane for some distributors. But the point of that being, no Vergata Rung, unfortunately. Like I think 3 of them could be lit using the specifications that you gave me, and I am sorry about that, but it had to be the set where I was trying to actually make them small, didn't it? And because I am confined to very specific dimensions based on the design features of Trinity City, it's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass, and I am sorry about that. If you find a way to light them really well, or you have some brilliant idea that would fit within the confines of them once you get your hands on them, I'd love to hear it. The next buildings coming out for Trinity City are going to be larger because what we have in the pipeline right now are 3 main projects. technically 4 main projects for the umbrella of Trinity City, those being Trinity City Starport, Trinity City Industrial Agricultural, Trinity City Mass Transit, and then Trinity City Streets, which is a completely different thing. That's even at another scale. Moving away from 6mm a bit. Yeah, I know, and it's because I've been trying to design things that are easier to just throw on a map and go for Gadarung, as opposed to large-scale projects. Now, I will say that the Trinity City Starport is going to be perfect for that. The buildings that I have laid out for that need detailing are much, much larger than almost anything else we have. They start to compare to Trinity Tower. That's just because the Borealis is so goddamn big, it needs some major facilities, you know? Wow, why don't I have that? NetJam Jr., you're right, why don't I have that as a command? That's a fucking great idea. I'll tell you what you can do though, NetJam Jr., hit !STL and there will be a link to where you can find the Trinity City files. But, you know what? That's genius. Would someone who feels particularly altruistic throw me a message on Discord right now? Oh, thank you for the reminder, Hamburg Tack. I really do let this slip way too often. Throw me a reminder on Discord right now, just letting me know to make an ! Trinity City command, because NetJam Jr. is a genius. Thank you so much. And yeah, I do have some Fat Tire Data Nerd, but we went to Costco, and when I go to Costco, I usually pick up the 24-pack of Stella. Awesome. With 3 reminders, it'll be even more awkward when I ignore all of them. I really do appreciate, like, guys, I know that I'm often bad about getting back to private messages and missing a lot of the stuff that you tag me in. I really, really appreciate all of your patience on that. I'm not used to being as visible as I am right now. I'm not even all that visible, but I'm not used to being this visible or accessible. And I've got a lot of projects going on at any given time right now, and sometimes I'll look at something and I'll be like, I gotta respond to this guy, but I gotta look something up first, and by the time I'm done looking that up, I've forgotten, because I'm an idiot. So again, I appreciate your patience. I never ignore anyone out of spite. It's always out of negligence or incompetence. Damn it, White Wolf. That was a great idea, wasn't it? We'll have to do it someday. I'm an idea man. I'm full of great ideas. What I need are employees who then do a lot of those ideas for me. Oh god, what did you ask me, Riot Sister? Just fishing for info. See, yeah, that's it, NetJam Jr. If people are fishing for info, that information should be accessible. It should be immediately accessible, and the fact that you thought to type in ! Trinity City wondering what it was tells me that that needs to be a thing, because that's very intuitive and very smart. If you're curious about what Trinity City actually is, NetJam Jr., it is a terrain set designed for 6mm sci-fi hex-based games, which, for those of you following along at home, is pretty much BattleTech. There are other games that fit that description, but let's be honest, it's pretty much BattleTech. I'll definitely check it out, Sumitha. Reminders are mainly there to ignore in my experience anyhow. Yeah, Greyhaim, it's a great way for me to push the responsibility of doing things off onto everyone who isn't me. I just flung my brush onto the floor. That was, it's pretty great.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
Good scale for Kaiju, boys. Ooh, I keep meaning to pick up Monsterpocalypse. No, Jeef, don't even worry about it, man. Thank you for stopping in. It's been fantastic to have you in chat. I hope you have a great day. Can we get a quick shout out for Mongolian Jeef on his way out? Go give this guy a follow. Check out his next stream. F for my poor brush, right? Alright, arms pretty well shaded. Need a little bit in here. What? T-Core Happy, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers. New Monpok is cool. Yeah, I've heard really good things. Ever thought making Marvel Crisis terrain? Manro Fasal, what you're describing is the project that I was just talking about, called Trinity City Streets. It is, in part, designed to fill that role. You're going to find that every project that I do as part of Thunderhead Studio has one thing in common. It's stuff that I already want to own, because, in truth, I'm a very selfish person. And every product that I make and sell, I ultimately made for me, and then I am making it available for purchase. Personally, I think that this is a strength of the products that I do have, because this is why I wound up getting hooked up with Steel Warrior Studios in the first place. I was just making stuff that was like, I want to own this, and this doesn't exist, so let's make it be a thing. I don't know that enough designers use their own stuff. And I think it shows. I think that if you're making something for yourself, you can use that natural that selfish urge to have the best thing to make some really amazing stuff. And hopefully one day I'll do just that. If you don't make something you yourself want, it's hard to expect others to want it too. Yeah, and it's like, it's just how my brain works. If I'm making it for me, I'm kind of gonna go all out on it, you know? Well, thank you for the reminder, O'Coral. Actually, I'm gonna drink some water, because I've been jokingly drinking beer, but I need to drink some water. How you doing today, O'Coral? One touch here, and then I'm going to come in with some of that Scale 75. Inktense Red. I'm just going to try it on his foot and see how I like it. I'm not sure if this is really what I want to do. The Inktense Red it's very ink-tense, if you will. Thin it down a fair amount, and then I'm just going to try to kind of glaze it in over my reds to bring everything into the same range. How are you doing, you magnificent cumulonimbus of painting? Well, much, much better now that I see Ravencat in the chat. How you doing today? Oh, what you got? What you got, Roland? A little thinner than that. I think it'll be good. You see what that's doing? I think you can probably see it if you compare this right here, where I've just put down a little bit of the Inktense, with this over here, which is a little paler, a little more desaturated. It's taken the highlights I've already got, and it's just kind of smoothing them out and bringing the red up a little bit. When is the Slum Tech going to be available? Oh my god, so fast. I sent the files off today, O'Coral, and I'm now printing final files for myself for painting. So, basically, as soon as Steel Warrior is able to get them put up, you'll be able to get the Trinity City Slums. I'm very, very happy for people to get their hands on them. I think you're going to like them. And I cannot wait to see what people do with them. This, by the way, I don't know if Wandering XP is still here. If you are, this is the strength of Inktense. They're a fantastic glaze. They're fairly transparent, but they have very intense pigmentation. So if you water them down a little bit, you can glaze them in like this to be like super duper easy blending. Hopefully get some supports done on an old unseen Warhammer STO. Ooh, nice. D&D campaign has ended, and our GM has wanted to start an Expanse campaign. Ooh, that does sound like fun. Captured some reds and bottled them. My god, that's terrible. Oh, ground affected. 2:30 a.m. You go get yourself some sleep, man. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for stopping in, Ground Affected. Always a pleasure to see you. Guys, again, if you're not following Ground Affected, if you like mini painting, if you like statue painting, if you like Marvel in particular, definitely give this man a follow. He's been doing a lot of really badass statues lately. And some busts. Very talented painter in a comic book style. Hey, Greyhaim, words are hard. You're my reminder to paint more. Noted, a new reminder set for next time. If that's all, like, honestly, if that's the only thing that I am to you, that makes me fucking happy. It really genuinely does. If I can inspire other people to paint, that's more than I ever hoped for when I started doing this. This is my reminder to paint. You know? Setting up and doing the stream. Isn't that just buying with extra steps? Yeah, bribing with money, that you're describing a purchase. And thank you so much for that sub, Greyhaim. I really appreciate it. The fact that you guys get enough out of the stream that you want to support it just means the world to me. And your subs definitely beyond justify the time that I spend doing this. Earther street kid who had to flee Earth and now works as a mechanic on an ice freighter in the belt. Gee whiz, that sounds familiar. Is his name Timmy? Little Timmy? Yeah. Pyramid scheme. As it turns out, all of Steel Warrior Studios is just one big pyramid scheme. So's Thunderhead Studio. It's weird how that works out. There's a line in, what is it, Peep Show, when Jez and Superhands are, they're gonna get a record deal. They're in at an executive, record production company, finally getting their music noticed, and Superhands leans over to Jeremy. He says something to the effect of, "All right, you gotta watch out for these slippery fuckers, though. They're clever. They're wily. A lot of them, all they want to do is write you a check, promote your stuff, and then make a profit for them and you." Yeah. I love Peep Show, you guys. I feel like I've talked about it a lot recently. Maybe it's just because I've mentioned it 2 shows in a row, but guys, if you haven't watched the show Peep Show, the British comedy Peep Show, go watch it. It's so good. It's on Hulu if you've got it. It's a weird one to get used to because it's entirely in the first person. Like, there are maybe a handful of shots in the entire show that are shot from outside of somebody's head, but the whole show is in someone's head. It switches between viewpoints, but you're always looking out of someone's eyes and hearing their internal monologue. And it's a little disorienting at first until you realize that this is how the whole show is going to be all the way through to the end. Oh yeah, they actually, in the blog they go into details about that one, NetJam Jr., that for the first season they actually were physically attaching cameras to the actors' heads and then shooting the scenes, and yeah, it was a nightmare. They adapted their shooting methods later on so that they could have a cameraman representing the person who was supposed to be in that perspective. But yeah, it was a nightmare to shoot, apparently. It's so funny, though. It's just wonderful being able to get... Because it's one of those shows where it's like, I always recommend it to people who are even a little bit a fan of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, because it has a similar premise in that none of the characters are good people. Like, they're good people insofar as your average asshole on the street is, insofar as any human being is probably just looking out for themselves. They're just very selfish, they're very vapid, very self-interested. Some are dumber, some are smarter, or at least more educated, but for the most part, they're all terrible people. The two main characters, at least, are really pretty shitty folk. And it's just hilarious to hear what they're thinking as opposed to what they're saying. And in fact, there's a lot of dialogue in the show that isn't really a part of the show, because what'll be happening is someone speaking to them, and in their head they're thinking about something else, so they don't actually hear anything the other person's saying, and as a result they're talking over them and we don't hear what the other person is saying. But again, it's very real. It's that moment when you're thinking more about what you're going to say next than what the other person is saying to you. Check it out. Your recommendation for Upgrade was... Oh, you liked Upgrade? Dude, Ravencat. Upgrade is a very entertaining movie. I'm glad you liked it. Alright. Here's my shadows and my blending, for the most part, for the yellow and red. I still need to do my gray details. And then I need to do final highlights on each color. I don't know if I want to do any more layers on the red. I think just a highlight layer. And then maybe one last blend. I don't want to say what it is that I like about the ending of Upgrade, because it totally gives it away. But Sumitha, you've seen Upgrade. You probably know what I like about the ending. Not enough movies do it. It did, didn't it? Yeah, Crossbow Roof. This is, that's why I kind of wanted Wandering XP to see it. Oh, there he is right there. Wandering XP, I don't know if you were watching. I just did all this red over with Scale 75's Inktense Red to just blend my highlights together. And I think it yields a pretty nice look. It's great for that purpose. When you've been doing a series of layers, but your layers are all looking kind of disparate, watering down some of the Inktense color and then coming over the top, just sort of glazing it on, works real nice. Yes. Now, the nomenclature of miniature painting is a funny thing, folks, because words like ink have almost no meaning when it comes to purchasing miniature paints. Yes, inks are a thing, but if you're buying something in a bottle from, like, Scale 75 and it says Inktense on it, it's not an ink. It's more describing what they see the purpose of that formulation of acrylic paint being. It's like when something says, this is a wash. A wash is not a thing. A wash is a description of a purpose for a particular formulation. So, you can use washes to glaze. In fact, I often do. You can use liners to glaze. That's what I just did. I used sepia liner and red liner as shading glazes. And then I use the Inktense also as a glaze, or more accurately in this case, as a filter, to bring all my colors into the same range of red. It's all kind of freeform, so don't get too locked into what the paint says it's supposed to be for. Yeah, Upgrade was great. I think the name Ink in this sense is more just because it sounds cool than anything else. I use my washes as a glaze and use my glazes as a paint. Yeah, like the AP tones, the Armory Painter wash tones, they're wonderful glazes because they tend to... They're wonderful glazes and wonderful filters for that matter. Putting down a little bit of my... I've been really liking these Vallejo Game Extra Opaque colors. I got a couple of them from Greg the Salt Miner. I like them. I like them a lot. They're exactly what they say they are. They're extra fucking opaque. And as long as you know how to thin your paints to the point that you want them, they tend not to require too many layers to do what you want them to do. They're heavy blue-gray and they're heavy ochre I've been using quite a lot of, on this mini in particular. Ooh, I don't want to do this color yet. I want to do Tempest Gray first, that's right. Getting ahead of myself, using some Reaper Bones Tempest Gray. I'm glad you do, Sumitha. Yeah, it was... This might be a spoiler for people who have seen it. It ended very similarly, thematically similarly in my mind to Ex Machina by Alex Garland. Another movie where I loved the ending because it's the ending that you, if you're thinking, you should see it coming. You might think to yourself, that's too obvious, they wouldn't do that. And it is an obvious ending. But you're so caught up in sort of the glamour and the hope that the storyline represents that you forget that the ending was always a foregone conclusion and it never could have gone any other way. And then you're like, oh yeah, okay, I see it. I see what you did there. Yeah, that makes sense. Alex Garland is an incredibly talented writer and director. I know that Pete Travis has the direction credit for Dredd, but it was in speaking with Carl Urban about my intense fandom for the movie Dredd that I learned Alex Garland pretty much directed that movie. Like, yeah, Pete Travis, his name is totally in there as director, and he did, in fact, direct the film. It was pretty much Alex Garland. Like, it was Pete Travis with Alex Garland's hand up his ass like a ventriloquist dummy. Which only makes sense when you think about it, because Alex Garland has this this very snappy directorial style that comes through in everything that he does. He doesn't seem to believe in the concept of a wasted frame. Every single frame that he puts in his movies is usually saying something. How important that thing is kind of up to you, the viewer, to determine, but he's always saying something. And I love that. I love it. Alex Garland is like the master, in my opinion, of show don't tell cinema. That did kind of frustrate some people when he did, like, Annihilation, and I totally get that. Annihilation is a very obtuse film. But I'm pretty sure he's making movies mostly for himself. he's making the movies that he wants to. Had that experience working on a short film a couple of years back. That's right, Wandering XP, you have studied and somewhat worked in film. Honestly, dude, I'd love to get your opinion on some of my favorite movies. Up until the point that you disagree with me, at which point I'm gonna be like, fucking Wandering XP, he doesn't know shit. He doesn't know shit about movies. What, he went to school, he thinks he knows shit about movies? That motherfucker, he doesn't know a damn thing. And that'll become a feature of my stream from now on, where I'm like, why Wandering XP is right, is wrong, is right. He's wrong about movies. It'll be great content. We could do a podcast where we argue. People love that shit. Just got your first 3D printer a few days ago, NetJam Jr. What'd you get? What kind of printer? But please, feel free to regale us with this tale of working on a short film. A few years back, Wandering XP, and the experience you had with the writer who was also kind of just stepping in as a director. I would be interested to hear, unless it's like a long story that you don't want to type out in chat or something, but if you feel like sharing, please do. I am a cinephile. I have never gone to school for film. I'm not trained in any meaningful way. I don't have particularly meaningful experience working in film on any level. I'm just a big fucking fan. Just a big fan of the craft. And I like to think that I generally have somewhat nuanced, reasonably educated opinions, but, you know, that could just be me talking out of my ass like I usually am. I've definitely got opinions. Whether they're good opinions or not, I leave to you to determine. The actor who played Caleb in Ex Machina. Caleb in Ex... Oh, yeah, no, that's Donald Gleason. Yeah, General Hux. He's also in a fantastic episode of Black Mirror, and he is the hacker in Dredd. That's Brendan Gleeson's son, one of his sons. He's kind of the reason that I'm so pissed off they wasted Hux. Because I really quite like Donald Gleason. Alright, Kursala, I'll see you in a few. Low-key... Okay, short film I wrote a couple years ago. Director was terrible. So bad that after the actors spoke with the director about the scene, they would find me afterwards and then ask me what the scene was about. Oh my god. So I low-key ended up directing the actors for the short. Director just used the film project as an excuse to hit on the actors. Ooh, that is rough. That is... No, you should have about 45 minutes, Soda Addict. Is that right? Yeah, 8:30. Oh, I'm glad you've seen that episode, Riot Sister. Oh my god, that episode was... Ooh. Okay, so... This is probably gonna come through as we continue to play Cyberpunk. But there are a few subjects in my life that, while I will not pretend to be particularly educated on in any academic sense, I am fascinated by them on a philosophical level. In the truest sense of philosophy, in that it is the love of knowledge. And one of those subjects, and it's a very broad subject, you're going to realize as soon as I say it, is transhumanism. Transhumanism is a massive subject, but I find it riveting. when explored well. Just riveting. Which is one of the reasons that I like Alex Garland as much as I do, is because I believe that he has a similar helpless fascination with transhumanism. And Ex Machina, and for that matter, Annihilation, are both staggering explorations of the subject. And I view them really as just explorations. I don't even think that they're necessarily trying to tell you anything about the subject. It's just like a thought experiment that Alex Garland has allowed himself to go on and sort of muse his way through. And that episode with Donald Gleason of Black Mirror is definitely an episode that explores concepts of trans or even post-humanism. But yes, that's also the reason that I like cyberpunk as a setting as much as I do, is because transhumanism is fundamental to the cyberpunk genre, and always has been. Now, it's my understanding in the case, Wandering XP, in the case of Dredd and the Alex Garland and Pete Travis thing, my understanding is that that is less a case of the director sucked and so the writer had to direct, and more a case of the director was quite good. It's just that the writer was so obsessed with the vision that he had that he was kind of on set advising so very much because he couldn't help himself, that he sort of also wound up directing the movie a lot of the time, too. But apparently Pete Travis was not... he didn't mind. This is according to Carl Urban, the star of the movie. So maybe he didn't have a complete picture of the relationship between the two men, but he seemed convinced that Pete Travis didn't mind too much. Yeah, that concept of the aggregate human construct as a combination of all of our social media postings and our online presence is a fascinating one. They used that concept in Caprica the brief time that it was on. I'm still very sad that Caprica got canceled. I thought it was actually a pretty cool show. But I guess the glamour of Battlestar Galactica was wearing off at the time. Caprica had the potential to be the most interesting thing to happen as a result of Battlestar Galactica. But see, that's just it, Roland. It's less the notion... I feel like transhumanism is less the notion saying we can improve humanity. It's more asking... It's more asking you to challenge your preconceived notions of what a human being is and explore the features that we associate with humanity and wonder, like, does this really define us? Can it define us as a species if we can recreate it to the point that a human being cannot tell the difference? Does it? Does it matter? It's an interesting question. It's the age-old, the transporter question. If the transporter is ripping me to pieces and then reassembling me on the other end, is that person really me? And ultimately, does it matter if they're so much like me that they just continue on with their life? But then I read a lot of Isaac Asimov as a kid. And he definitely asked a lot of these questions too. What the hell is the difference between a convincing simulation of life and life itself? In a way, it's forcing us to stop relying on easy answers and start defining who we are and what makes us special in more meaningful ways. and for that matter, hunt for deeper meaning. A lot of writers realized they were being taken advantage of and started making their own stuff. It's always a matter of finding production money, I feel like, Wandering XP. The writer's strike was an interesting time for television and film. I feel like a lot of people have forgotten the days of the writer's strike. It was a big deal at the time. A lot of shows that might have been big now died in that time period. And yeah, also that Riot Sister. Can we prolong human life beyond the physical, biological constraints of our bodies? How many pieces of a person can you replace before they stop being the person they were? I don't know. Yeah, pushing daisies, right? Jesus. Caprica was not marketed that well. Caprica was not marketed well at all. It barely got any marketing budget, and what they did market about it, it was just like, this is a prequel to Battlestar Galactica, which, while true, in my opinion, didn't really define what the show was about. Caprica started to make more sense of the plot of Battlestar Galactica than I saw in Battlestar Galactica itself. It was almost a chance for the writers to redeem themselves, and it just went nowhere. No, it largely got forgotten about Wandering XP, and what could have turned into a big, like, unionization effort and negotiating platform kinda petered out, which was disappointing. Because one of the reasons that I like Ex Machina as a transhumanist message as I do is because it asks a lot of the specious questions of transhumanism, and it lures you into thinking maybe it's giving you some of the answers, and then it slaps you in the face and goes, shut up, idiot, that wasn't a human. That was never a human. You wanted to believe it was a human, but it wasn't. Oh god, yes, Raven Cat. I think you may be the first person who's come to me and asked if I've seen The Man from Earth. I'm usually the one who's like, have you ever seen a movie called The Man from Earth? I love that movie. Well, thank you very much, Rodan. It's slow going since I've started rambling about movies, but hey, I'm making progress. Was there a sequel? Are we talking about a sequel to The Man from Earth? I can't imagine there was. Recently there was? Oh god, seriously? How the hell could that movie have a sequel? I can't think of a less appropriate film to have a sequel made of it. Except maybe The Matrix, and we saw how that went. Alright, another quick round of highlights, mixing in some of my Game Color Ghost Gray. Yeah, unnecessary seems like the word that I would use to describe even the notion of making a sequel to The Man from Earth. It should... The Man from Earth was a script that should leave you unsure about what it is that you just saw or what it is that you believe. And asking yourself, how important is it that the narrator was reliable? I'm almost... You know what? I'm just going to pretend like there isn't a sequel to The Man from Earth. That I don't know that there is one, because that sounds like a fucking terrible idea. It also probably didn't have Tony Todd in it, which automatically makes it worse. The only sequel to The Matrix was The Animatrix. I tend to agree. Well, that's the thing. Like, it's the same dynamic you get in like rock bands, you know, Wandering XP, where the one that people pay attention to is the front man, the lead vocalist, the singer, the guy who's out there spazzing out on stage. It doesn't matter that he didn't write any of the fucking music. It doesn't matter that he's not really responsible for anything that's going on besides his ability to spazz out and make a big show of himself. What matters is what people see, and he's what people see. So people focus on things like directors when they should be paying much, much more attention to writers, and for that matter, to editors. Editors are the great fucking unsung heroes, in many ways, of the film industry. Without quality editing, and admittedly, a lot of that does come down to direction. But without quality editing, many movies that you consider to be like, oh, this is the greatest movie of his generation, would be just unwatchable shite. Tony Todd was not there. Well, fuck it, I'm not going to watch it. Like, if it doesn't have Tony Todd, I'm not going to bother. When can we look forward to your fucking magnum opus, Wandering XP? When is your massive directorial debut gonna be?
Well,
and
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I
It's
will.
not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I knew it was O'Coral. I knew it was O'Coral. Without quality editing, there would be no Star Wars as we know it. Right? Oh my god. If Star Wars had to rely on just George Lucas to make it happen, it would not have happened, because George Lucas is, he's an idea man. And that's about it. Kind of an okay writer, depending on what he's writing about. Thunderhead, the motion picture. One man. One brush. Approximately 172 paints. That's the truth, Wandering XP. That is the truth, O'Coral. Thank you so much for the reminder. But we, as the limited, feeble human beasts that we are, it's hard. It's hard for us to focus on that many names at a time. It's hard for us to really understand the massive group effort that artistic endeavors like film are every single time. And it doesn't help that there are assholes out there who want to take credit for things and slap their name all over everything. And that marketing departments really don't help anything. So we get obsessed with directors, not recognizing that those directors, without the support of talented writers and editors, wouldn't have any goddamn thing to direct, and then the thing that they directed would look and sound like shit. It's a huge team effort. It's one of the reasons that I make myself watch credits. I watch all the credits all the way through if I like a movie. That's the least that I can do for these guys. Now, Beardrate, alright, fine. There's water in there. What do you think all that wet stuff is? Oh, yeah. I really should stick my lumbar support in the right place at some point. But then I wouldn't have any need for the posture check. Actually, scooting my chair in helps too. Wandering XP, I want to talk about movies with you. I got a question for you, Wandering XP. I have the worst goddamn question for you. I have a question that you're gonna hate. And I know you're gonna hate it because I know you like movies. Are you ready for it? It's a stupid question. It's a question that I hate because I love movies. What's your favorite movie, Wandering XP? I fucking hate that question. Called George Lucas an asshole when chat screws. Oh, I didn't even read that, Sumitha. I'm sorry. George Lucas is, in your opinion, and also my opinion, and the opinion of many other people, an asshole. Yes, and a man-child. For still not openly crediting his then-wife for what... Oh, God, yes, particularly for that. I'm curious what Roland has, too. I mean, Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. Those are safe answers at the very least. And also meaningless answers. You question-evading hack. Alright, I got a better question for you, Wandering XP. What do you think your top 3 favorite movies to watch are? And I mean movies that you just enjoy sitting down and going through the experience over multiple iterations. And I suspect that those may fall into that category as well. I'm just wondering if there's any deviation. Rodans is probably Aliens, Jaws. Those are good answers, really. Aliens is a fantastic movie. And see, that's why it's a bad question, Sumitha. Is because if you're really watching movies, your opinion probably changes quite a bit over time. And you won't say anything Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, or Marvel related. That's good, because those are too fucking easy. And most of those are like, I enjoy watching them, but they're not really my favorite movies. Raiders of the Lost Ark, Empire Strikes Back, Blade Runner. These are good answers. These are good answers, and you got me on one of those, Roland. And, ooh, Dark Hearts Rising. Yes, that is in fact the correct answer. If someone were to ask me genuinely, what is your favorite movie? Once I got past my initial reaction of, that's a stupid question and I hate you for asking it, if I had to pick one, if I had to answer the question, my answer would probably be Blade Runner, the director's cut. I think that Blade Runner, the director's cut is one of the best movies ever made. It also happens to have a lot to do with some of my favorite subjects, as we have discussed. The Duelists. Ooh, yeah. Hold up. Old argument of team collaborative process. The result is an emergent property versus the idea of a director as an auteur. Certainly are movies in which the director is involved in directing everything from script to cinematography. I suspect reality is on a line somewhere in between. In general, you're right. Importance of the director is vastly overstated. Yeah, that's sort of what led me into this Raven Cat, is the notion that Dredd is one of my favorite films. Dredd is absolutely one of my favorite films, and it was, like I said, in a conversation with Carl Urban that I learned that Pete Travis, while he is the director, it's really Alex Garland was the director. So it's difficult to say without knowing the internals on that. Hunt for the Red October. Ooh, that's a damn good movie. Anyone seen Lost Highway? Manro Fasal. I have seen the vast majority of David Lynch's work, and I regret every single bit of it. Every single bit of it. And this changes from time to time. See, this is the right answer. Whispering. I was going to call you Whispering XP. This is the right answer, Wandering XP, honestly. As you grow and change as a person, your taste in film is naturally going to grow, change, and evolve. And your favorite movie is going to grow, change, and evolve. Everything depends on who you are in that moment. What do you like about Inception, Wandering XP? I think it's a very well-crafted movie, but it's far from my favorite. I think that Christopher Nolan actually is... He knows his craft very, very well, but he generally makes things that I don't want to watch. Here's a question. Favorite Bond film? What's the one where Sean Connery does, like, Asian face? You know the one where they, like, tape his eyes up and pretend that he looks Asian? Was that Live and Let Die, or was that You Only Live Twice? Because that one. It also had a bunch of ninjas in it. Yeah, rest in peace, Christopher Plummer. Yeah, I saw that. It's terrible. Dune, Real Genius, The Emperor's New Groove. To Square, I like you. What about a movie that for some reason it comes on, you always end up watching at least half of it or the whole thing? Rodan, the first one that comes to mind for me is Big Trouble in Little China. That always happens to me with that movie. And then I end up watching the whole damn thing. You Only Live Twice. Yeah, I thought that was the one. They should, Graham. As I started this conversation about movies, I fully acknowledge that the basic question, what's your favorite movie, is a stupid question. Because it's a much more nuanced subject than that. Someone more into music and visual art. To bring up that nothing creative exists in a vacuum, even if you're looking at indie films where you have a minimalist crew. Any expression by writers and use of visual aesthetic or perspective relies entirely on the experiences of the individuals involved. Experiences like their engagement and exposure to others using the artistic media used. So like at the most immediate level, even a painter's credit reel would be a lengthy watch. You're not wrong, Cosmic Disorder. You're not wrong. Asian Sean Connery, that's in Thunderball? Okay, yeah, then that one. I think I'm conflating that one with the one where ninjas try to murder him in his sleep. Which, to be fair, is probably like 3 of them. Yeah, okay, it is You Only Live Twice, because they come in, and there's like that stupid bed that goes up into the wall, and they fake his death, and then when you see him again, he's got his eyes taped up, and they're like, yeah, Sean Connery looks Asian. Sure. Inception, to me, is the story of a man indulging, struggling, and fighting back a deeply rooted depression. One of the best metaphorical takes on what it's like to live with a real, crippling depression issue. You make me want to rewatch it because I haven't watched it in years. I like takes like that on movies that I'm not necessarily a huge fan of because I want to understand what makes people like them. And while I can't promise that I'll come out of it with the same conclusion, I'd like to watch it with that in mind and see if I can't see it, you know? Thunderball is the underwater one that goes on way too long. Yeah, that sounds familiar. But yeah, I'm definitely thinking of, You Only Live Twice. Impressed by my patience. My god, why, Altered Man Art? What have I done to demonstrate patience? I've been distracting myself with movie talk and not actually painting. That's what you're witnessing is procrastination, not patience. I think of directors, I think of managers. Go to bars that I enjoy their management. Also follow various bartenders. Director's cut of a film is usually where you find out if the director is more than just a decent manager. It's where Ridley Scott becomes much more interesting influence over things like Blade Runner and Peter Jackson on Lord of the Rings. Yeah, we were just talking in the Discord about Kingdom of Heaven, which is a Ridley Scott movie. And the director's cut of it, and how that is, to me, one of the movies that justifies the existence of the director's cut as a concept. because that is a movie that was kind of cut to pieces by the studio producing it before it released, because they wanted Gladiator 2 is what they wanted. They wanted, you know, meat in the seats, chewing on your popcorn, summer blockbuster that was set in Pasto times. And Ridley Scott wanted to make a much, much deeper film than that. And they cut it to pieces. They chop. They cut out entire plots from the movie. They cut out something like 45 minutes of screen time. And it's like, oh my god, it's a different movie. It's a completely like, you think of, oh, I want to watch the extended cut because it's going to be more of what I already saw and I'm going to like that. No, if you watched Kingdom of Heaven and you didn't like it, go watch the fucking director's cut, because you didn't watch Kingdom of Heaven. You watched arguably the most visually pleasing sequences of Kingdom of Heaven with most of the plot removed from in between it. Yeah, it's, ooh. I love the director's cut of Kingdom of Heaven. So much so that we might wind up doing that for our movie night this month, because people have been talking about it, and a lot of people are like, oh, I never saw it. I'm like, we should make you watch it. We should take the roughly 3.5 hours that it takes to watch that fucking movie and just watch it. There are, like I said, there are entire plots completely removed. There's a whole lot of Edward Norton's acting completely removed. And Ed Norton's a fucking good actor. I'm just putting in some Army Painter dark tone to all these areas I've been working on here. Give him some nice deep shadows and then probably come in for a last quick highlight on him. Yeah, exactly. There are whole characters that were not in the theatrical cut. Or were, like, mentioned and shown one time and then ignored for the rest of the movie. Recommend Air America if you've never seen it. I don't know that I have seen Air America. There's so many movies to watch, you guys. So many movies to watch. And I do try to give them all attention. Pisses me off so much with how much studio interference Ridley Scott gets. Prometheus was going to be an entirely different film than what we got. We got because of the studio wanting an Alien prequel. Yeah, like, I'm much more interested with... I feel like Raised by Wolves... And I don't know if you've watched Raised by Wolves Wandering XP. I hope that you have. But I get the feeling watching Raised by Wolves that that's what he wanted to do when he did Prometheus. Like, that was really what he had in mind and he wasn't allowed to do, so he waited a number of years, finally got the money to do it, and then was like, fuck you, I'm making a show. And we're gonna explore the shit out of these concepts. And everybody's gonna have milk blood because I love the milk blood. And I'm like, alright, Ridley, you know, whatever you want to do, man. Whatever you want to do. Raised by Wolves gets weird. I'm sure if you've watched it, you're aware of that, Raven Cat. I know what you mean. Like, the beginning of it is really, really compelling, and I think the end of it is compelling too, in a very different way. In a much less meaty way, in a much more spacey way. I just like watching Travis Fimmel wander around and look funny at things, though, so I'll watch pretty much anything that features that. I came to truly appreciate Travis Fimmel watching Vikings, and I pretty much stopped watching the show when he left it. I mean, you know, I get it. Yeah, and the Sons of Ragnar go and do their thing, and blah, 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 but without Ragnar in the show, I'm just not that interested. I loved Sky Captain: The World of Tomorrow. I recognize that it has major problems as a movie, but it does It does so many things that I enjoy that I'm just like, whatever, I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna watch it. I got the feeling it wanted to be better than it actually was. Worst director's cuts. This one might be a challenge because generally if a movie fucking sucks, I'm never gonna bother watching the director's cut. I can think of bad cuts of movies in general. There's that cut of Blade Runner where they made... It's like they made Harrison Ford read Cliff Notes of the movie as the movie was going on, but he read it like somebody was holding a gun to his head. That was bad. Ooh, yeah. Oh, Soda Addict. That's a good answer. And I would also put money on the Justice League Director's Cut being just a steaming pile of horse shit. True, Sumitha, but what the director wanted to do is not always a good thing. Directors are sometimes fucking idiots, and sometimes are saved from themselves. Originally, Ridley Scott was on board to go ahead with Alien 5. And as he got into production, it got shifted to an Alien prequel film, and for the period of time the film was actually a sci-fi removed entirely from the Alien franchise. See, that's the feeling I got from it, was that this should have nothing to do with Alien, and if it had nothing to do with Alien, I would be much more intrigued by it. Studio let him run with that for a while, then at the 11th hour the studio came in and said, no, this needs to be an Alien franchise film. So they had to make changes as late in production to accommodate. Yeah, I buy that, Wandering XP. That makes perfect sense to me. I got the feeling watching Prometheus when I could see through the blinding anger that I was experiencing at the plotline of Alien being just bent over a barrel and fucked the way that it was. What I got from it was, this movie was supposed to be something else, like pretty obviously, because it's dealing with concepts that have nothing to do with any established themes in Alien. It depends on how much money the original movie made, Sumitha. Depends on how much money the original movie made. I'm gonna have to work on that silver, it's not looking great. I'm coming to do some work on the yellow. Give it a few deeper shadows and a couple of high highlights. That also makes sense. I also hated Alien Covenant, and it's interesting you mentioned this to me, Wandering XP, because I came to the realization recently, upon re-examining Prometheus and Alien Covenant, which is not something I like doing because I hated those movies, that I would like those movies. Like, they actually deal with a lot of things that I find fascinating, and I generally enjoy what Ridley Scott does. I would have liked them. You know what it was? It was while I was watching Raised by Wolves that I came to this realization, that I would have enjoyed both Prometheus and Alien Covenant if they had nothing to do with aliens. Because those plot lines felt like they were just so shoehorned in there. The story had nothing to do with them. It just was about them because that was a guaranteed way to make money. And it's actually good for me to hear that that was the case. Zack fucking Snyder. Guys, I go onto Reddit and I see people on like the DC subreddit being all excited about, ooh, we're finally gonna get the Zack Snyder cut, and I'm like, how can you tell me that you're about to get the original vision of Zack Snyder when many of the scenes that are being put into it weren't shot when Zack Snyder had full creative control before they pulled him off of it? Are you really gonna fucking tell? You're gonna tell me, having watched the movies that Zack Snyder has fully directed and released, that Zack Snyder is going to deliver a much more nuanced film than what he gave, than what was handed over ultimately to, who was it, Joss Whedon? Like, are we talking about the same fucking person? Zack Brain Dead Snyder? Zack I don't get the ending of Watchmen Snyder? Are you fucking joking? This dude's a meathead. Kinda blows my mind. And they're just setting him up for, people are just setting themselves up for disappointment. look, I'm generally a nice guy. I don't want to insult people on a personal level for the most part. Sometimes I will choose to do so when someone has made themselves into a major media personality and put themselves out for it, because I feel like on some level they have accepted the possibility that this is gonna happen, and also it probably wouldn't terribly hurt their feelings to hear. I think that Zack Snyder could probably handle hearing that Thunderhead, the douchebag with 1,000 follows on fucking Twitch, which is goddamn meaningless compared to what he's accomplished, thinks that he's a fucking idiot. So I'm just gonna go ahead and say, Zack Snyder's a fucking idiot. He's a wealthy fucking idiot, but he's a fucking idiot. But see, he didn't do anything with 300 Ravencat. You know what he did? He competently translated comic panels to the screen. That's all he did. On one level, you could say that it was smart to do what he did, but he also added in some weird shit that didn't need to be there. Yeah, I wish I was a wealthy fucking idiot. Goddamn, I feel that one, Rio. I will never forgive Zack Snyder for what he did to Watchmen, because Watchmen is one of my favorite properties, and Zack Snyder is a goddamn moron who didn't understand the things that he was changing. The kind of person who can take Watchmen and turn it into a glorification of the insanity of fucking Rorschach is not a person that I want anywhere near that property. Yeah, I would agree with that, Wandering XP. Arguably, you can credit the photography director, the cinematographer, more than Zack Snyder. Because what Zack Snyder actually did was basically go, hey, you guys read the comic, right? Yeah, do that. I have no intention of watching any further cuts of the Watchmen film because I don't like it. It is, credit where credit's due. It's very pretty. The parts where he's just following the graphic novel are very entertaining to watch, for the most part. I don't like what he did with most of it. And for some movies, just being pretty is enough. Not for a subject like Watchmen. It's not enough. That's in fact, if you're focused on how pretty it is, you are one of the idiots that it's kind of making fun of. Because it's not the most friendly of subjects or the most friendly of works. It was written by a self-proclaimed anarchist hyper-edgelord. I count Watchmen up there with, like, Evangelion. As far as properties that are a part of a defined genre that hate the genre that they're a part of, in which the writer is kind of trying to make you feel bad about liking the genre that the movie is a part of. Does that make any sense? It's a little convoluted, but I think that it's true. Watchmen is ostensibly a part of the superhero genre, but it's a deconstruction of the superhero genre and of the people who like the superhero genre. Just like Evangelion is a deconstruction of the mecha genre, and in many ways a hate letter to the people who watch mecha. And turning it into something other than that is, like, you can say all day long, you hate the writer, you hate what they did, and that's fine. But perverting their work into something it was explicitly not meant to be is probably not the right way forward there. In the case of Evangelion, it fails in that intent, making people feel bad for liking the genre. Yeah, instead you get people who if you like the mecha genre, you need to watch Evangelion, and I feel like maybe you didn't watch it closely enough. Because it hates you for enjoying it. They're saying from a general perspective, sometimes scripts have a super tight deadline, scenes need to have conflict to work, and then when sets have been built and money's been exchanged hands, then script rewrites happen, then you get scenes that seem to happen for no reason. Like a zoologist sticking his hand out to an alien snake. Yeah. like xenobotanists taking their helmets off in an alien environment. Like, yeah, this makes sense. It's part of the reason, Wandering XP, that I get nervous about movies. It's the reason that I'm nervous about Dune. It's the reason that I'm nervous about Dune is that it has as much money involved in it as it does. Because when there's as much money involved in a movie as there is with Dune, if there's the big name producers, the huge name actors that they've spent all this money on, Dune is not allowed to fail. I was about to say Dune is not allowed to be bad, but that's not true. Dune is allowed to be bad. The one thing that the people financing Dune don't care about is whether it's good or not. It's not allowed to fail, though. And these two things are not synonymous. And when a movie is no longer allowed to fail, a movie is no longer allowed to take risks. And when a movie isn't allowed to take risks, it's almost guaranteed to be contentless. And if there's one thing that Dune is not, it is safe or contentless. So I am greatly concerned that what eventually comes out the other end of the fucking money-making bean-counting machine will be a contentless, depressing version of a story that has been with me my entire life. Does that make sense? And I know that sounds super-duper edgy, but it bothers me. It bothers me terribly. Evangelion was my first ever anime, and I still own all of it that's come out so far. Looking forward to... I really, like... I feel for people who Evangelion was their first exposure to anime, because in many ways maybe it's good, because you got an anime that was incredibly self-aware as your introduction, which most people don't get. Most people just get the tropes. I've just learned to keep my expectations low with tentpole films. I think that's the best attitude. Expect nothing and it can't possibly disappoint you. Ooh, thank you so much, Annie. It could be good. Maybe it's going to come out and it's going to blow everybody's tits clean off, and it's just going to be amazing, and it's going to change the texture of film from here on out. Maybe, probably not. Speaking of expecting nothing and still being disappointed, here we have Chaotic Harmony. Well, that was rough, wasn't it? Chaotic, how you doing today, man? Welcome in. Can we get a shout out for Chaotic Harmony? Tuesday, I'm gonna end up being a film podcast. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We're just gonna talk, Wandering XP. We're gonna have a little conversation, you and I. We're gonna see where it goes. Tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go in with no expectations. No expectations at all. I think that the metal on the back of his legs is like the best looking metal I've done on this entire fucking miniature. How did I do this? I think it actually looks really good. Maybe it's just because I have broader panels to work with. Like, everything else is a little kludgy and a little wrong. And obviously I need to do a little bit more work on the red before it's going to be actually close to done. But, like, you roll it around and that actually looks pretty good. As long as I do a little bit of it right, I'll gradually do more of it right. Right? Does that make sense? I hope it does. Chaotic. Chaotic, my man. Don't take it personally, buddy.
Ass crackling thunder spunk. Yeehaw!
Right there. You're not wrong, Sumitha. You're not wrong. Oh my god, I missed a follow, by the way. I'm so sorry. Guacamole, or Quackamole, as the case may be. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Also to you, Ambreeze98. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. Just saying is that all mini painters for wargaming need to be ass people. I think most people in general need to accept that, given the choice between tits and ass, ass is the superior choice. Ultimately, it doesn't have to be one or the other. You can like both. It's just that ass is better, objectively. I'm just gonna go paint stuff and not hang out here tonight. Go cry in my lead belch. Don't cry in your lead belcher. All right, tears are a terrible medium to thin paints with. They are just filled with salt, okay? So please, Chaotic Harmony, whatever you do, don't thin your paints with the tears that I have apparently just invoked. Chaotic, we love you. Stay with us. I'm sorry. Ooh, thighs. Conversation took a turn, didn't it? Evangelion is a show about flawed, terrible people in absurd situations. It's also fair to note that Evangelion was a show that was written by a man who was actively suicidal as he wrote it. And in many ways, it is literally watching a man, through the magic of writing, talk himself out of killing himself by the end of it. What did I come back from cooking to? Ass and thighs, apparently. All dark meat. All dark meat. Get that fucking light meat out of here. Yes, again, NB Toby. Always. Subscribe to my OnlyFans. I don't know, there's so many tiny plates on these golden portions, I'm not even sure what I'm doing anymore. I think I might hit them with one final bright highlight in a couple of places, but I'm like, I don't know if I want to keep messing with them. Which is about perfect timing, because we're supposed to be doing the storm report right now. So why don't we phase over and do that? Let's take a final look at this. And chat, if you don't mind, I'd like to get your opinion. You've been sitting here watching me paint away on this, and I'm going to say that I think both the yellow and the red are in need of... I think the red maybe needs 2 highlights. The yellow maybe needs 1 highlight. And a little bit of cleanup. But, alright. Honest opinion time. I think it's already looking... The silver definitely needs some more work. It's what I've done the least on, but... What do you think? I think that this side of his face needs a little extra highlight on the edge to define it, because it's just kind of disappearing at the moment. Yeah, I agree, Sumita. Red looks a little brown. That might be the camera. It looks pretty red. But I'll take that under advisement. Left side of the face is the best NMM as a reads through video. Yeah, I feel pretty good about that. I feel like if I hit this side of his face with just a bright highlight on the very edge of the face mask, and that's just to define the edge of the shadow, I think that the gradient is pretty excellent. Also, I've still got to go in there, I got to do his eyes, which are going to be kind of a glowing blue, which I think is going to kind of help that whole thing pop. If his face is the focal point, then that's fucking mission accomplished. I'm gonna do, so it's gonna be a very, very white blue. But yes, just a faint blue for his eyes, his chest, and his repulsor. It's going to be like very, very white, but just with a faint blue. His right chest looks brownish. His right would be over here. Saying over here? Yeah, I kind of fudged my my highlights and shadows over there. I think I need to retouch that. You're a repulsor. Aww. The thigh gold reads a bit different than the face. I wonder what I did differently. I hooked them both with the same final highlight. That's not entirely bad necessarily, because it should be a focal point, but I do want them to at least match up. As long as the glowy bits match color, yeah, exactly. I also want to work in, because he's very warm, red and gold, I want to work in a little bit of cool coloration. The face looks brighter, so maybe what I need are more highlights on the thighs. The only other yellow on him is on the backs of the arms and a little bit on his spine here. Oh my good God. Epic Duck Studios coming in with the raid. Thank you so much. Ass gold looks great. Yeah, I agree. The gold on his ass somehow came out looking pretty good. Honestly, a lot of it is just the number of plates on the front of his thigh. Like, I wish it was smoother. I wish it was one contiguous plate. I'd be happier about that. Epic Duck Studios, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. We're just making up new storm metrics now? I think these people are just making up times. It's the number of people, Shock21. Get with the metaphor. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Epic Duck Studios. Hope you had a good stream. What were you working on? I'm taking a moment here. We've been working on Iron Man today. I'm kind of reviewing it and getting opinions, and then we're going to be phasing over into the final portion of our stream, which is an art share segment known as the Storm Report, where people are able to post their art, and then we take a look at it. Iron Man hair still, of course, needs a bit of work. Brought the flock, need to get some sleep, so gonna raid and run Epic Duck Studios. That's what I do every time. To go get yourself some sleep. I hope you had a fantastic stream. And again, welcome in, Raiders. We're just taking a final look at the work we got done today on Iron Man before we take a look at some of our viewers' work. Front doesn't go down to the really deep shadows that the back does. Yeah, you're right. And again, part of the strength here is that the back, it's just one big plate, so it's easier to do that on. And then you go to the front, and it's like, obviously my thighs need to be divided into, like, 7 different panels, right? That makes sense. I'm not over-designed at all, and the artists weren't just jonesing the hell out on cocaine when they designed me. This version of Iron Man kind of suffers from that, that Michael Bay Transformers effect, I think. Like, there's no logical reason that the front of his thighs need to be in this many individual plates. Even his shins aren't in that many individual plates. His shins make sense. It's one big plate, it's split up a bit on the calf, and then he's got some instep plates and some heel plates. But his thighs are like, yeah, sure, why not? Add a bunch more. Big booms outside. Sports must be over. I sure do hope that they sportsed real good. Tampa, well, I didn't even know Tampa was playing. I've been paying literally no attention at all. Was the cocaine reference because Robert Downey beats horse and had a drug problem? It wasn't, but I like the way you connected that, Joel Squonks. That was well done. You could have gone in one of 2 directions with that. You could have taken the cocaine reference in the real world Robert Downey Jr. direction, which, I by the way, I think it's remarkable the way people have forgotten about that. Or you could have taken that in the Tony Stark direction, who also had some severe drug problems at one point or another. Excuse me, they're escorts while they're alive. Jesus Christ. What kind of environment am I promoting here in this chat? Oh, all in all, some decent work on Iron Man today. You know, I went a lot deeper with my red, too, on Captain America's shield when I did it. But you see that super high highlight on Captain America's shield? That's the super high highlight that I need to add to the red yet on Iron Man. So, considering that it's not really finished yet, I've got a couple of steps to go. But I want to hit that same super high shine. It's going to be a little pinker and not quite as white as it is on Captain America's shield, because I definitely want his red to read as darker. Whereas Iron Man is a bit more cherry red. We'll get there. We'll get there. One model at a time, except most of the time when it's like 6 or 7 models at a time. Hot Rod Red. It is a bit. It is a bit. Feel decent about that work, though. Today, let's go ahead and move on over into the Storm Report and see what y'all have been sharing today. Let me make sure that it is, in fact, open before I do something wild like that. It's over on my other screen and invisible to me. Maybe orangish or yellow versus pink. Yeah, I would definitely move probably more towards yellow, but I don't want it to turn too orange. I'd like it to be a little bit more, I don't know. I'm undecided. We've come a long way on them either way. Where's my Storm Report? Where's my Storm Report? There's my Storm Report. Let's have a look. Doobity-doop, doop-doo-doo-doo.
All right, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glurp pate and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you
if you
by
anger the
viewers
fox,
like you.
You're gonna get stuck.
It doesn't cut Cat off anymore. Isn't that nice? Why aren't you showing? Oh, I know why. There, now it's showing. And let's orient this just a wee little bit. Look at the color Chrome Orange. It would be a good choice. I'll have to have a look at that. It is a nice transition, isn't it? That was done by MCB TV right here on Twitch. I need to slightly adjust my window size here. Because as is tradition here at Thunderhead Studio, everything's just kind of kludged together. Alright. A bit of audio from College Radio Chaotic. Chaotic Harmony, are you in chat right now? Is he still around? Because, yeah, that's what I was going to mention. Because I don't think he was here when I briefly mentioned him in reference to Cyberpunk Red. But Chaotic, if you're here, if you're listening, if you're out there, Chaotic, in the ether, there he is. We were talking about how that session on Thursday gave me some ideas for parties to run. And I had this idea that it could be fun to run a party in Cyberpunk Red where the actual Edge Runner party is running a pirate radio station. So you've got at least some of the characters who are medias whose job is to go out there and record and get the scoop, dig into the details on what the corporations are doing, and then bring that back. And then you've got characters who are like techs, whose job is to then operate the radio station and cut that into information. But then what you need is a rocker boy character who's like a radio shock jock pirate underground radio star. Perhaps they hack the planet. I'm talking pump up the volume style, And then everybody immediately thought of you, Chaotic. Everybody immediately thought of you. I need to adjust my sound because Discord is a bastard and won't let me play sound unless I set it up beforehand. So 1 second so that we can listen to this. Oh yeah, I'm totally thinking pump up the volume. Like that is my primary inspiration. That other chick, Cat's Poo Poo or something. I don't know who that is. Congratulations, Cat. You sound like Cat Poo Poo. Hope aren't your parents proud? Oh, it looks like it's set up to work, and I didn't have to do that at all. So let's hear what we've got from Chaotic. I'm going to turn down Pretzel just a wee bit here so that we don't have that competing.
Good morning, afternoon, and evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's me, your favorite neighborhood rocker, the very same one that your parents told you to stay away from. Back for another round of Band Weekly here on UTARadio.com.
Okay, number one. Yeah, I've got to con Chaotic Harmony into doing this. And number two, man, it sounds like your voice, like when you do your radio voice now, when you do like your announcer voice, it's coming from down here. And then when you do Duncan Fisher, it's like you're really just using your lungs and your diaphragm like a bagpipe, like you're really forcing it out right here. That voice sounds like it's coming from like right here, like you're pinching it up in here. College Chaotic. Ooh. Is there more of this? Is there an archive of College Radio Chaotic? Because I want more of it. Oh, that was great. It means a lot. That is how you do it as Duncan. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you're just forcing it through your diaphragm. And kind of as it comes out. Notice I'm not imitating it because I can't do it. You have all your old shows saved. Dude, I want to listen to some. Can you? Oh my god, dude. I think it means a lot, chat. I think it means a lot that Chaotic Harmony felt comfortable being vulnerable with us today. With sharing the classics. I would fucking love to hear some classic Chaotic. All right, let's move down and see what else we've got today. Yes, especially after I insulted him. To be fair, though, I think he posted that before he came in, and I just savaged him like the asshole that I am. Mic here was a flat mic. Mic I have now is a warm one. It's not that my voice changed, it's just that it's being recorded differently. Yeah, I don't know much about audio. The brief experience that I have over the course of this last year with actually working with any audio at all has taught me that the equipment really does make a really fucking huge difference. Not just the equipment, but then the capacity to equalize it. Setting up your equalization is very, very important. Identifying which parts of your voice you really want to accentuate is also very, very important. And I followed some very, very basic tips for equalizing my own voice, and I hit a zone that I'm really pretty happy with, but it's something I should probably sink a little bit more effort into. Crossbow Roof is gonna go crash. Crossbow Roof, you have a fantastic night, man. Thank you so much for being here. Here we have from Rodan, the Clock King. He was working on this past week, and I hate drawing tiny clocks. I can understand that, first of all, particularly considering, yeah, his costume is supposed to have teeny tiny clocks all over it. You would think the bastards could be kind enough to at least sculpt circles into his outfit, but I guess they didn't, huh? Hello? Amax. What's up, Amax? Ain't seen you in a grip. You really would think, like, the least they could do is sculpt some little circles in here so that you could reasonably paint clocks on, but they just made him smooth and expect you to do that? That's fucking crazy, man. But I will say that you did a fantastic job on it. The Clock King has one of the most nonsensical costumes in the DC universe. Like, it's just... Though, to be fair, I think right now you're on kind of a kick where you're painting some of the silliest costumes in the DC universe, Rodan. You've done Clock King, you did the Condiment King recently, you did Kite Man. About the only one I can think of that falls into that category for me. Have you done, what's his name, Ambush Bug? And have you done Booster Gold? Or Plastic Man? Ooh, Plastic Man would be another good choice. I don't know if they have minis for those, though. If they do, you should totally add them to the list, because I'm loving this theme of the most ridiculous costumes in DC. You're doing a fantastic... Oh, you're working on Calendar Man. Delightful. Delightful. Up past your bedtime. Ooh. Emax is staying up late. There she was, laying in bed. She realized, Thunderhead's still streaming. We can make this work. I'm not doing anything special for you. I'm not doing anything special for you, Amax. I'm not just a piece of meat that you can order around anytime you want. You can't order me like a fucking pizza, okay? The Condiment King is silly. Polka Dot Man. Do like that they've been doing Silver Age villains as of late. Yeah, I think that the strength of the DC universe, they should realize by now, obviously they haven't in the movies, they should realize by now that silliness, that ridiculousness that colors the Silver Age of... I'm kidding myself, Amax. Let me pretend to have some dignity, for fuck's sake. God. The strength of DC versus Marvel is not in how serious and brutal and gritty and realistic it can be. It's in the amount of fun that they had with their Silver Age characters. And I hope that they lean into that more, though I doubt they're going to. Batman the Animated Series, Clock King, was kind of intimidating. Yeah, he had that, he had kind of the clocks in his eyeglasses. And then he had that nasty clock hand cane that he swung around. A piece of streamable meat. You look like streamable meat. That one's for you, Roland. Very nicely done, though, Robin. Really, really fantastically vivid greens you've been getting lately. Nice. And thank you for sharing that with us. You know, I thought the Clock King dressed more like the Riddler or the Mad Hatter, but maybe... Yeah, that was the 90s, the Animated Series one. Fucking Atom Smasher. How you doing, Amax? It's been a little while. What are you up to? Other than not going to bed, of course, and, you know, hanging out and watching this ridiculous fucking stream. I do want the sculpts when they do the new Suicide Squad. Yeah, but Rodan, the new Suicide Squad looks fun. We're talking about the one that, what's his name is doing, right? The Guardians of the Galaxy asshole. Oh, yeah. Speak of the devil. Let's take a look at what Chaotic Harmony has for us, though. Finally finished up one of the eBay Crisis suits I picked up. I painted over the existing scheme, so more or less mimicked their pattern, but with new colors. You know, Chaotic, I struggle. It's funny because I paint a reasonable amount of Battletech, generally speaking. I struggle with the simple act of picking panels on a robot to paint different colors. I overthink the shit out of it. So when someone hands me a pre-existing scheme like you were kind of handed with this eBay Crisis suit, I'm actually grateful for it. It lets you focus more on just painting the colors and not thinking so much about which colors you put where, which is great. Just great when you're just starting off and you're trying to get projects done. The Crisis suit looks nice, though. You know, it got some dual burst cannons, and I don't remember what this fucking thing is. It's some kind of sensor pod, though. Rocking the pumpkin patch, orange and green. I like how this dude's he's like scanning and running. What's he doing? Very nicely done, though, and I'm always glad to see some eBay rescues getting done. Just working a lot, honestly. Nothing fun. Well, that just makes me sad. That just makes me sad, Amax. We gotta put some more fun in your life. Gotta put some more pep in your step, you know? The Amax I know. The Amax that I stay up late at night thinking about. She's a fiery minx, that one. She isn't just working. She's grabbing life by the haunches and humping it into submission. We gotta seize that fire. We gotta seize la passion. It is a cool scheme. I like it. That was a little is that the first thing I've done on this stream that made you feel like I was a little creepy, Shock 21? Have you been paying attention? Showed this to my LGS and they were super fucking hyped. I believe it. They're gonna have a damn good looking store army by the time you're done, Chaotic. Disclaimer, the character of Thunderhead is a performance art piece and in no way reflective of the actual man, his beliefs or his methods. Is that believable? Is that gonna work? when the inevitable court case comes down? Now go and get your garters. Ah, damn it, Waffles. We're not on OnlyFans yet. That's Thunderhead After Dark. We're going to be doing that in a few hours, okay? The fact that it isn't clipped should tell you that Iberben is not, in fact, here, because it would have been clipped by now. So, we can say whatever we want, guys. How you doing, Machine God? Good to see you. Hey, Batman number 57 villain, the man that Batman would relish the day he could catch up to. God damn, I hate that. Yeah, this Condiment King, though, looks really pretty excellent. It's such a... Now, as I remember it, the Condiment King was brainwashed by... Was it the Mad Hatter? He wasn't actually a villain. I think being in a relationship has tamed this beast. Oh, God. That simultaneously congratulations and F in chat for the AMAX that was... Just a shame. Joker with Mad Hatter equipment. Okay, I couldn't remember. I just remember that the Condiment King was under mind control from someone. He wasn't like a serious villain. But somehow he has stuck around in the mythos, and I love this sculpt that they did. Now, this is metal, is it not, Rode? Like, all these figures are metal. I imagine that this figure was a pain in the ass to assemble. Like, damn. I like how he's slipping in his own mustard there. I like the use of the bright green on the tablecloth, kind of to contrast against the red and then the darkness of the costume. Is the chest symbol entirely done by hand, or was that sculpted in? New rubber resin. I have not used or seen any of this, and I'm gonna have to investigate it. AMAX, you're always welcome in. You're always welcome in, whether you are fiery, tame, tired, excited, maybe full of hubris, experiencing sharp ennui. Any of these things are fine. Any of these things are fine. You're always welcome in this chat, AMAX. Well, that's a really fantastic job you've done on a goddamn silly model, Rodan, and thank you for sharing that with us. Here we have from Sumitha another Operation Lancaster preview. While Alan Blackwell's main artistic contribution to the project was the cover art, I licensed 8 different pieces of art from him for use in a small collection of second-line clan battle mechs that were unknown or at least not documented prior to the events leading up to Operation Lancaster itself. These pieces all feature a frontal view reminiscent of the original TRO 3050 clan mech art, so it's also a bit of a throwback. I present to you the Beholder, a speedy, light battle mech created and used by Clan Hell's Horses. This machine name is particularly fitting thanks to the head-mounted tag unit that exists in all of its variants. Given that Hell's Horses generally has little restraint when it comes to artillery support, this is one eye of the Beholder that an opponent does not wish to fall under. Ho 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 ho! I like the proportions on this. It reminds me of a lot of the proportion designs that they did for the original Jaeger concept art before they did Pacific Rim. Obviously, they didn't so much go with the reverse jointed legs on that, but the way that the torsos and the way that the shoulders kind of relate down to the waist is very Jaegery. Also, there's a smiley face right here. I know that his head is here, but there's a smiley face right here. Were you aware of that? Because this is now his face. I really don't care where his actual face is. His face is this smiling face right here. That's canon now. Thought about it, but couldn't find a small enough chair. Oh, for the base? Yeah. You get you a 3D printer, man. You could print one out in no time at all. He's so happy. Yeah, he's like, oh, look at me. I'm a happy robot, everybody. Oh, I hate that that's the part I'm focused on. I like these big... They're not attached to the forearms. It's like they're big reverse knuckle plates. They just sort of come back over the arms but move with the hands. It's a neat design. It doesn't scream Battletech to me. It definitely screams like another property, but it's a wonderful design. Yeah, I kind of want to see it in motion, right? Well, thank you for sharing that with us today, Sumitha. Here we have from Magnatorius Maximus, our very own Metalcore Collectibles Oryx complete? Question mark. Turns out after doing some counting and referencing our design documents, it turns out we're actually done with the 3D design? Feels almost a little anticlimactic to stumble to the finish line like that, but I'll take it. In celebration, how about a little before and after action? This is actually a cool comparison. Yeah, kind of Armored Core-ish. I could see that. What would be a good 3D printer to start? Ooh, that's a broad question. That's a broad question that if I were to get into it here, I would probably be going on for quite a long time, Altered Man Art, because it depends on you answering some questions. So I'm going to suggest something that might sound self-serving on its face. Altered Man Art, if you were to go over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord and jump into our 3D printing channel, which we definitely have one of, and ask that question, I think that you could get better information than you're going to get from me right here, right now. We have a lot of 3D printers in the Discord channel. We talk about it quite a lot. Most of us have gotten started inside of the last few years. To be fair, most people are into 3D printing have got started in the last few years. But we're always buying new models and checking things out, and we have a very newbie-friendly community overall. Elegoo Mars is a good one for resin. Yeah, I mean, the basic answers is like Elegoo Mars, Ender 3, depending on what you're looking for. But again, it's depending on what you're looking for. I would ask in that channel, and I believe you would get some fan-fucking-tastic answers. It is wonderful to see how our concepts are realized over time. To understand that when you start doing 3D modeling, like, this is what you have to do. You gotta just decide, like, okay, I don't know what all details I want it to have. I don't know what every little thing is gonna be. I don't know yet because I haven't made it. What are the big details? What are the shapes I know want to be there? And then you just make the shapes and you stick them together and then you start working on them. This Oryx should be available here pretty soon. Yeah, Metalcore Collectibles? Yeah, we should be able to get them pretty soon. Because I'd like to have one of these on my desk. Tell you what, for those of you who are not aware, Metalcore Collectibles makes this mech as well as a number of others all fully articulated. You can assemble them into a variety of poses as well as very, very magnet friendly, arguably to a fault. But head on over to Metalcore Collectibles. Check out what he's got if you are into 6mm sci-fi by any stretch of the imagination, whether it be Battletech or something else. That is a site you're going to want to be familiar with. Soon! In air quotes. Here we have, from Roland, critiques and suggestions, something feels like it's missing. I would just wash the ever-loving bejesus out of this thing. I would wash the Christ out of it. My suggestion would be to take, like, see this part here that's sort of like internal pistons and whatnot? Give this a different color. Turn this into like a cool blue-gray. Because it helps, otherwise you end up with this one contiguous color going from the foot all the way up to the hip, but this is a great opportunity on the Awesome to break that up and introduce a little bit more. Same thing for this joint here. And that way you break the shoulders apart from the arms, and you just get the same color here, and then maybe on the dish. I'm liking the sort of white tips on the top and on the top of the cockpit there. And yeah, super heavy wash. Wash the ever-loving Christ out of this thing. Knees, ankles, elbows, and shoulders. Yeah, and don't forget the backs of the knees, too. The backs of the knees are very, very visible on this model. And yes, also, the elbows are not as much for me on the Awesome, because the elbows are very contained within armored cowling. I feel like it doesn't present as good of an opportunity. I think that if you look on the side of the Awesome, there are a couple of what look like servos. There's round components. And if you did that, the interior of the shoulders, the interior of the knees, the backs of the knees, all in the same kind of blue-gray color, you'd wind up breaking up the big blocks of color pretty nice. Shoulders and head a blue-gray. Yeah, this is the Fenrisian gray. I would wash this blue, honestly, or black. You can get away with either one. You could black wash this whole thing. You could use AP Military Shader on the... In fact, AP Military Shader would be a good one for the green. And then maybe like blue mixed with black for the Fenrisian gray. And checker the shoulder. Now, okay, every single Awesome in Battletech does not have to have checkered shoulders, Verg. Not every Awesome has to have checkered shoulders. I know it's right there. I know it's easy. You don't have to checker the shoulders. You can do other designs on the shoulders, too. You can color them with vertical stripes. You can color them with horizontal stripes, alternating. You don't have to checkerboard it. Checkerboarding is easy, though. I'll give you that. It's looking real nice. It's looking like you're definitely thinning your paints more lately, Roland. The base coat is nice and smooth from what I can see. But yeah, if you break up Agrax Earthshade would be good. Yeah, I think that's a good choice. But yeah, if you break up the color a little bit with some more details in there, I would say paint the cockpit glass, but honestly, even I struggle with that. So, you know, at your own discretion is what I would say. Either way, the base coat is looking fantastic, Roland, and thank you for sharing. Here we have from Vergaderung turrets. Painted, the ones on the mat are going to be for the generic 3025 dropship, so the lasers are of standard colors. The other ones are going to be for the Dazzled 3050 version, and I do all the lasers pink for them. That's because it's a fucking party in 3050, baby. I like the lensing. I said this also when you posted these, I think on your personal channel, or maybe it was in 3D printing. I love that your weapons are so easily identified in profile. They're very readily identified at a glance. Really nice design work on these Verg. They're a little cartoony, and I really kind of like that about them. Because just you look at them and you're like, oh well, that's a Gauss. That's a laser. That's a PPC. It's no problem at all. Very nicely done, Vergaderung. Cannot wait to see that whole thing together. Here we have from Kevin Kitsune, my Tau TX4 Piranha from the Tau Battle Force box is coming along nicely. It actually really is. We've seen a little bit of your Tau before, and I continue to like what you're doing here using this very vivid yellow on the panel line brakes. I want to see, and don't take this as like, I think this looks very nice. I like the sort of warm off-white against that sort of cool gray you're using for some of the panels. I want to see more depth in the white. That's just what jumps out to me, is I would want to see a little bit more depth in the white, in the sense of like some shading on the sides of the panels here, or maybe a gradient from the front to the back, just because it would add more depth to the unit overall. But the color choices are fantastic. The coats look nice and smooth. I really, really love the yellow panel lining. I think that you're onto something good with this army, Kevin Kitsune. Even though you're a bit of a madman painting it in assembly parts like that, but we all learn differently. We all learn differently. I don't like assembly painting, but that's entirely a personal thing of mine. For some people, it makes more sense. Maybe it's just that I tend to ruin paint jobs when I glue them after the fact, and that might just be because I'm incompetent. That is a wonderful looking scheme, though, Kevin Kitsune. Keep up the good work. I cannot wait to see that next to the rest of your Tau Battle Force box, man. And my submission for Setup Sunday, almost have everything ready to start streaming. Some tweaks here and there. I'm hoping to start Wednesday. Have I followed you yet, Kevin Kitsune? I think I might have. I have. I have indeed followed you. Fantastic. I will see what I can't do to be there. The first one is guaranteed to be a shit show, because it always is. Some tweaks here and there, hoping to start Wednesday. Well, it's a good looking station you got set up. You got plenty of light, got a good workspace, got your machines, got a monitor so you can have some reference up, it looks like. Looks like you're working with the Logitech C920. That's a fantastic choice for a starter camera. I like these squeeze bottles. Honestly, I need to get some like this for the water and Windex that I keep near my paint station. We got airbrush set up over here. Hell yeah, Kevin Kitsune. I will see what I can do to be there for your first stream. Here we have from Shock21 results from the last week of experiments in 3D printing. Scads of Herbies working on scaling, and a Dragon and Annihilator working with options for support and finishing. Ooh, these actually have come out pretty nice, huh? It's exciting to me to see that the printer that we sent out for our 1,000 follower celebration and our 1-year stream anniversary is out there printing battle mechs. That's fucking fantastic. I could not ask for a better first use than these mechs running off the printer. Maybe less on the Annihilator, because it's a bizarre engine of weirdness. But the Dragon is just classic. Just classic. Getting a lot of work. I'm glad to hear it, Shock21. You having fun with it? Because honestly, that's the most important thing. If you're having fun, if you're learning a lot, if you're enjoying yourself, I am happy. Those are some decent looking prints. Some decent looking prints for being an FDM. Result from the last week of experiments in 3D printing. Oh yeah, the scads of Irby's right here. Getting the scaling in. Scaling Battletech files is always a bit of a challenge. At a certain point, you just have to decide what scale you like, because there is no real scale. It's all made up nonsense. People decide certain mechs should be certain heights, and it's not really based on anything except their gut feelings, because they're, nonsense engines that run on impossible technology. I like my Irby's pretty small, for the most part. Just trying to get them scaled consistently to each other. Yeah, you decide on a scale that works for you. Like for me, if I'm talking 55 tonners, I'm going for roughly 45 millimeters high. That's my standard, and then I try to scale everything kind of based on that. It's a nice line of Irby's you got. For a minute I thought we were watching the evolution of the Urban Mech into the Flashman. Well, I'm glad that it is working out for you, Shock 21. I'm glad you're getting so much use out of it. And this filament is actually the GST 3D filament. For those of you who might have seen some of the deals that they're running, I've been using this exact same. This is their silver PLA Plus. It's really pretty good. For the price, it cannot be beat. When they have those sales where they do like 10 rolls for $100, I'm all over that. Wolfenspawn with some of that hype, working on Clan Mechs for our narrative campaign, currently in 3039, going to be playing as mech warriors from Clan Wolf Beta Galaxy. Got some paints coming to paint the upper halves in a tan scheme. Got to shade and highlight the legs in some lighter grays. So far, Undercoat of Chaos Black and Rattlecan Mechanicum Standard Gray. Well, it's looking nice and smooth. For being, filthy clanner mechs, I guess it's coming together nicely. I do like that gray. Always excited to see a new star come together, though, Wolfenspawn. Definitely let us know and post up when you get some of that tan to do the upper halves. I like those two-tone schemes. Here we have from Vergaderung, the turrets stick in barely by themselves. A little bit of friction fit. I'll bet you could use some magnets. To be fair, this is a really good application for magnets. Like, I'm being a smartass, but it's actually a good answer. I'm liking this thing more and more the closer it gets to actually being painted. It's hard to tell how something like this is going to look when you're just staring at the 3D model, because you can, scale it and change it, and it's different when you have it in front of you. I like the choice that you made to use as many sharp angles as you actually did. I feel like it's a maligned technique. Like, everything has to have 36 chamfers and a bunch of different faces on it these days, and it's just not necessary. It's such a clean, sleek-looking Union dropship. And Verg's going to be doing at least one in Dazzle, because he's out of his damn mind. Here we have From Ground Affected, forced to post here by Thunderhead himself. It's true, I twisted his arm. It was hideous. Still a work in progress, though. This is him painting a Tom Holland. It really is just a Tom Holland, isn't it? Like, it's... I guess technically it's Tom Holland as Spider-Man, like it says Spider-Man on his base, but it's kind of just Tom Holland, Hey, what's up, Teal? How you doing today, man? Could we get a shout-out? Could we get a shout-out? Pretty please. Fantastic and very entertaining paint streamer. I haven't been able to jump in on your last few, man. And I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. It's weirdly, it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch streams as a streamer. Like, you would think you're on Twitch all the time. You'd be watching streams. But it's like, when I'm on Twitch, I'm generally streaming. Or I'm just like, jerking off over my own metrics or something like that. I'm not really like watching streams. I try to put them on in the background when I'm doing work or when I'm doing stuff in OBS or whatnot. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Jerkin' and lurkin'. See, Cosmic Disorder's only been on Twitch for a short time now, but he's already got the terminology down. God, I hope that isn't really a saying. Yeah, the fabric on this is really, really nice. Looks like the leather straps for the backpack are coming together well, too. The overall shading for the face is delightful. Really subtle shadows down here on the cheeks. Now, obviously, he is not done. But, oof, yeah, the individual wrinkles that we have here on the jacket are coming through very believably. Like, I know it says Spider-Man on the bottom. I'm still like, I don't remember when he wore this in Spider-Man. I feel like I'm just lurking at a bust of Tom Holland. Looking at it. I'm not streaming, I'm working on stuff for my stream. Isn't that how it goes? Ground Affected, thank you so much for sharing your work with us today. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not following Ground Affected, go give that man a follow. He paints statues like this all the time, lots of Marvel properties. Very entertaining, very welcoming guy. Ooh, Wandering XP. Getting that Captain Marvel work. God, I feel your fucking pain so much, Wandering XP. Working with her face. Like, I really want you to know, dude, like, I'm not an amazing miniature painter by any stretch of the imagination. I'm an enthusiastic miniature painter, perhaps. I'm a relatively experienced miniature painter compared to some. Okay, all of these things are true. I definitely have experience painting minis. And my experience tells me that the details on these figures are really fucking soft. Really fucking soft. I have painted faces that are so much better sculpted than this, and it makes it so much easier. The fact that you're even getting these results, because honestly, this eye looks pretty good. The fact that you're even getting these results, dude, like, wait until you paint a mini that has a properly sculpted fucking face. You'll love it. You'll be like, wow, this is easy, it's incredible. I think more sculptors should paint minis so they know what it is they're doing. As a predominantly music streamer, I really enjoy seeing other musicians and occasional art game stream. Honestly, don't engage as few much as I would if I weren't also creating content. Yeah, streamers will lurk a whole lot. I found out just today that Drax lurks in my stream apparently quite a lot. I never would have known. She literally has no eyes sculpted on her face. Yeah, like they're... I wish we could be in the same room so I could show you my Captain Marvel, because, like, one of her eyes is just crazy, and it's because they're not... It's difficult to describe that she has these pits where her eyes should be, but there's no eye in there. I feel your pain. The colors are looking fantastic. I love your choice for the red. The gold is looking more vibrant than it was last time I was watching your stream. Really, really dig the blues, though, man. Did a great job on this. I mean, the people that make things should also interact with them? Blasphemy! Yeah, according to, free market economics, apparently. Here we have from Manro Fasal. So I haven't painted in weeks, but doing homework with Thunderhead on in the background. Put the Velvet Rhino to sleep. Oh, so soft. So soft. Scritch him, scritch him, scritch him, scritch him. Wow, that is a pretty goddamn dog. Really, really is. I wish that my voice would soothe my dog to sleep. It just seems to make her spaz the fuck out. I don't know how to harness this power. Here we have from Squared, was short on hot sauce, couldn't toss him, but here's the air fryer wings from the start of the stream. I gotta get an air fryer. I gotta get an air fryer. I really do. The fact that you can just fire up wings like this, no problemo. Yeah, I'm gonna look into that next time I'm at Costco. I know that they've got some on sale periodically. 1 pound thawed wings tossed in half tablespoon of baking powder, 2 teaspoons of adobo, and cooked for 30 minutes. Just 30 minutes. Just 30 minutes. And with crispy skin? Oh my god, dude. Why the carrots? For your eyesight, Brandorg. For your eyesight. Got the Instant Pot air fryer, the best. See, today is the first day that I heard the concept of an air fryer attachment for an Instant Pot Arcarna. And I'm very interested because we use an Instant Pot constantly, and if we could just turn that into an air fryer, that's what I'm gonna do. And I mean, if it like works as well as a dedicated air fryer, I'm all about that. Pre-toss the wings. Trust. I like a nice, crispy, well-sauced wing, B-Proxy. I really do. Needed a vegetable? Had carrots. Well, there you go. Here we have from Kursala, in an attempt to finish the Gear Falkish. Since I've been working on it for months, I sat down and banged out a few prototypes. Well, what you do in the privacy of your own home is your business, Kursala. And here's the best of what I came up with. I'm really happy with the wing pod, and I like the torso, even though it's a bit more angular than I would have liked. The only thing I have left to model is the shoulder attachments, and tinker with the sizing of the upper arm. Maybe we can get Verd to whip up one of his smoke plumes for this guy, and we can have a fun rendered scene where he flies. I fly on wings of fire. Get a better crust if you pre-toss. Maybe we should get a discussion going in the Discord. How to make the perfect wing. Because this is a subject that interests me. Buffalo wings are like one of my favorite foods. And I realize that makes me sound like I'm like a 13-year-old, you know, it's like saying, hot dogs are my favorite food. I wish I could have hamburgers every day. That said, I would eat chicken wings like all the fucking time. That's what happens when you let yourself get close to the enemy's fire starters, dumbass. If they're launching you into the air with those, you have a serious problem. It's looking nice though, and yeah, I see this model is really going to excel if it could have one of those like plumes, and then you could have the feet kind of oriented like they're coming down in an attack posture, you know? No shame to be had there. That's good, because those are some of my favorite foods. I have you know, I'm pretentious about a lot of things, guys. I am pretentious about a lot of things, including film and miniatures, like what plastic spacemen I buy. I'm not pretentious about the food that I eat. Most of the time, to be fair. Smoke the wings, instant pot, and a nice marinade. Finish in the air fryer with a broiler. Yeah, okay, this is a conversation I am going to start on the Discord. I want to get y'all's thoughts on perfect wings, and then go through and try them. Because that's a great excuse for me to eat just a bunch of wings. Just a bunch. This has come together really, really well, Kursala. I'm really liking the jet engines built into the wings. I still feel like a vectored thruster in the articulated wings would be a good idea. But, just the 5 big jump jets right here. Ooh, they're so beefy. So beefy. I want to see this guy printed the hell out. Here we have from Colonel Matthew Steiner working on one of those Hardware Studios zany lance drop ships that he made, where they magnetize together and then split open in his classic boxy with lots of panel lines design. It is a nice, sleek looking ship. Overall, I like the cargo pod in the bottom. I'm digging the blue with the yellow stripe, and here you can see, yeah, it splits open down the middle, and you can actually store a lance of mechs inside of it. It is a very, very cool piece. Everybody says this about the air fryer. Like I was saying earlier, it's like, normally I would have gone over to people's houses and tried it to confirm before I bought it, but it's been 2020, so it hasn't really been much of an option. I like the vectored thrust idea, but the way the rules work for this just make the mech glide a bit, and all the thrust comes from the jets. Well, you know, it would just kind of course correct while it glided a little bit, right? Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. That doesn't have to make sense. It can just be there. Really cool. Yeah, I like these. Of all the things Dale has done recently, this is one of my favorites. Nicely painted, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Loving that color scheme. And coming down here we have from Machine God. Had no clue Halo model kits existed. I also have a Pelican to build. Not only do Halo model kits exist by themselves, which is cool, there also was a Halo tabletop battle game for a while by Spartan Games, who then collapsed in on themselves like a dying star and took a bunch of really neat game systems with them. They had a Halo fleet battle game, which I actually really enjoyed and still have a bunch of ships from. And man, I really wish that they didn't go under, because their rules were fairly solid and fun to play. I think this isn't one of those from Spartan Games. This is just a model kit. But man, the Warthog really just does have such sexy lines on it, doesn't it? I would drive this vehicle. I think all of us would. There's not a one person who saw the Warthog and wasn't like, I want to take that out on some fucking dunes. Well, nicely assembled, Machine God. Looks like some stickers came with it, too. They were bought out. I believe the new company is rebooting some of their games. Dystopian Wars. Yeah, but they're probably not going to do the Halo games. And yeah, I mean, Datron Voltari, you can... Or not Datron, sorry, Aeon Drummond. Like, I know that dead games aren't really dead, because you can always, like, print more figures, get more figures, still use them, use the old rules, but I like living games. Maybe it's a failing of mine, but once a game is, like, dead, like, not being supported anymore, I tend to lose interest in it. Maybe it's just me. Here we have from Soda Addict 2 things. I re-highlighted and re-photographed the Marine, trying to capture those blue highlights. By the way, I saw the example that you gave. I understand what you're going for now. The paints used are Pro Acryl Blue, Black, and Fenrisian Gray. It's blue in real life, I swear, but any photo I take reads as gray. Yeah, if you're using Pro Acryl Blue, Black, and Fenrisian Gray, I believe you that it is in fact blue, because I have both of those paints, and they're distinctly blue in real life. Second is I finished all the riflemen for my Cadian, started out with edge highlights but swapped to dry brushing for the armor and fatigue. Some things aren't worth putting edge highlighting effort into. And the 5 easy to build sculpts in particular were the least fun GW models I've ever worked with. Bases aren't done, still need to learn how to make an interesting mud base. For mud bases, I find a lot of the interest in it is I didn't share those pictures, fuck! Damn it, Soda Addict, I am sorry. I will find, I'll just pull up one of the pictures I took before and post it tonight, and I'll take a better picture later. But I'll send you the mud that I did for my skeletons, because I feel like it came out somewhat interestingly. I apologize for that. I said I was going to do it, and then I got distracted with bullshit. Yeah, I can see how the light's washing it out a little bit, but you can still tell that this is blue. And now that I've seen the effect that you're going for, I think that you're actually nailing it pretty well, because it's a very simple, heavily stylized edge highlight black. And a lot of the trick to it is in keeping your edge highlights nice and narrow. And if you're having trouble with that, I would always remind you that, first of all, you should always be trying to do your edge highlights with the edge of your brush, but they can still wind up being kind of chunky, like you see, like this guy wound up kind of chunky right here. Never be afraid to go back in with black and just clean that up by brushing along the edge of it. That's how you can get some really nice, crisp edge highlight. All in all, though, like, this is nice and crisp here. This looks really good in here. Even in here, you've done a really good job on the backpack. But just don't ever be afraid to go back in and clean up your edge highlights if you're not happy with how fine they are, Soda Addict. It's hard to get too excited about painting Cadians, I feel ya on that one, but as a group, they're looking pretty good. Nice job on the faces. Good choices for the olive drab armor. They're supposed to be kind of boring, because they're just Cadian guardsmen, you know? But they look nice and unified. You've done a fantastic job on the death's heads all around, really pulling out that detail while still having some good shading on them. Oh, it's okay. You can dig as much as you want. It is too late. It is too late, Cosmic, but I'm going to look anyway. And you know why? Because this is just pure fucking nepotism, and Cosmic is an old army buddy of mine. That's why this is about to happen. Extra monitors let me interact with my dudes, sight read music, and see how well all my inputs and cats are looking. Also, I made space for my printer and made it inaccessible for my cats. Mostly, I just want to see where it is that he stands when he's doing the insane streaming that he does. This is quite the setup that you've got going on here. Multi-tiered, multiple keyboards. My God. Oh, look who's streaming over here. Hoo-hoo-hoo. That's exciting. And here he is posting. I can tell exactly when this was done. Printer needs hooked up, but about got her ready. Moving her into that spot tonight. Always happy to see an Ender 3 coming into the world and about to start running off prints. Oh, Cosmic Disorder. What are you going to print first? What are you going to print first? Cosmic D? What do you have in mind? That is going to bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus, ultimately, to the end of our stream. Oh, I got hosted in there, and I didn't even notice. AP Gaming Real, thank you so much for that, host. It didn't give me a thing for that. Who are we going to raid today, chat? Let's pick somebody to raid. Who's going? Who's doing what? Let me have a look right quick. Alar Kerensky, Innocent Dictator, Steiner Miniatures, Zambies is going. Those guys are playing Star Wars Squadrons and MechWarrior Online. That doesn't quite match up with what we're doing. I think we're going to go ahead and fire a raid off to Zambies. We don't get that many opportunities. We don't get that many opportunities to raid Zambies, so let's go ahead and seize the day, seize the initiative while we've got it. She is an excellent streamer and a truly fantastic painter. A truly fantastic... Why does OBS, why is it telling me that I've got 0 viewers in my raids? It keeps doing this. I don't know why it does this. I don't have 0 viewers in the raids, but it never tells me. I mean, it doesn't matter, you know? It doesn't really mean anything. It's just annoying that apparently it's glitching out. Oh my God. Okay, so we are gonna be back Tuesday February the 9th, we are going to be starting our stream early on Tuesday, about 2.5 hours early. We're going to be starting at 2:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. That is so that we can match up with Wandering XP, who is in a very, very different time zone. But we're going to be painting Baron Zemo from Marvel Crisis Protocol with Wandering XP on Tuesday the 9th. Thursday, ideally, we're going to be coming back for another session of tabletop role-playing like we did on Thursday. We're going to be playing some more Cyberpunk Red with the same party. We're going to try to finish up that job that we put them on. That is figuring out what those corporate scumbags were doing, looking at that building. We shot a bunch of them last time. It was a great time, and then we're going to be back Sunday for some more painting. A big thank you to everybody who came out today. Thank you so much for the raids. Thank you so much for the subs. Thank you to my mod team. I'm going to go get something to eat, Locust and Gentlemex. So until next time, keep on painting.